So, hello everyone, good morning to all. Just confirm me once in the chat box, my voice is audible on YouTube as well as on the Zoom platform. Okay, thank you, sir, for your response. So, today we'll start something important, something unique, something innovative. And this is completely unique, completely based on memory techniques, completely based on number techniques. That means, sir, in current scenario, in current environment, we all are facing one issue, that we are not able to recall these sections under GST, or at the time of any hearing before the departmental authority, or at the time of filing the returns, handling the compliances, or managing the compliances under GST. Yes, we are able to file the returns. We can easily file the return, we can easily feed the data, but the point is that we are not able to recall or link the provision of law at the time of filing the returns, at the time of handling the compliances under GST. So yes, now we are coming with a specific techniques so that you can easily recall and easily memorize each and every sections under GST. There is no requirement to memorize a single section through our memory techniques. Everything will be stored in your brain automatically. Yes. So today is the day when we are suppose or we are going to start this specific discussion, this specific marathon, and in next 5 hours we are going to capture each and every memory techniques for the each and every sections under CGST Act. Yes, sir. And all the memory techniques are completely based on certain funny things so that you can easily memorize and easily recall. यहाँ पर कोई भी चीज टेक्निकल नहीं होने वाली है. Nothing is going to be technical. Everything is based on certain funny things. Okay, so I just request everyone, feel free and just sit in front of your system or in front of your mobile phone. You will enjoy this particular session of 4 hours and 30 minutes or 5 hours, whatever will be the timing. So I just want to see your josh in the chat box. Yes, sir. Before moving ahead, I just want to share certain important rules or certain important principles of this specific course. Sir, I just want that this session should be interactive. We have no any Q&A session at the end of this workshop. Okay, we have given the name to this specific session as a workshop because we'll discuss multiple techniques in this particular session itself. So when we are talking from the techniques perspective, then definitely we'll discuss in a form of workshop. Okay, and I request everyone, be part of this particular session, be part of this specific workshop. And if you have any question, any query, any doubt regarding any memory technique, then just put in the chat box. I will take your query immediately and I will provide you the response. Okay, and also the mode of communication of this session will be Hindi and English both. I will try to cover the maximum content in English language. There may be chances certain examples will be in Hindi, so we'll convert the same into English for your reference. I also request, if possible, then just try to keep one pen and paper with you, notebook and paper with you, so that you can easily make certain notes or prepare the memory techniques. Okay, although we'll share with you the complete file on your registered mail ID through which you have taken the GST registration. And also I request, if you want to share the link of this particular webinar, this particular workshop with your professional friends, professional groups, then do it right now because no recordings will be available. This is a live workshop, so just go through with this workshop. And at the end of this workshop or in between the workshop, we'll share with you one exciting news as well. Sir, are you ready to learn the complete CGST Act with memory techniques? Are you ready to be learn the CGST Act, all the sections of CGST Act on your fingertips? Okay, now no requirement to learn in a boring way. We are going to start our discussion in a very interesting way. Okay, and chat box is here on the YouTube as well, on the Zoom platform as well. So any query on Zoom and YouTube, welcome. Please put the queries in the chat box as well. And also, sir, one disclaimer from my side, I am not going to cover each and every section in a very detailed way. Okay, I am going to provide you the keys to memorize the section only, the section name. Also will provide you the briefing of that section as well. So basically you can say you can say in next 5 hours, I am going to cover the complete CGST Act section number 1 till section number 138 with memory technique and the briefing of these sections. Okay, so welcome once again, welcome you all on this particular specific workshop based on memory techniques. Let's start our discussion. There may be certain sections which is very less important. Okay, so I am not going to give much more time to that particular section. Okay, we'll directly take the sections which is important, but memory techniques will provide you for each and every section, so that whenever you will visit any departmental authority, any office of GST, you will be in a situation to provide the response in a very well way. Because now we know the season is of litigations, and in case of litigations, we are not able to provide the response with the reference of sections, or when we are filing the returns, we are merely feeding the data. We are not taking the reference of the sections which is there under GST. But now onwards, you will be in a situation when you will file the GSTR 3B, you will automatically get the idea that we need to consider the value of supply, we need to consider the time of supply, we need to consider that this particular activity or transaction is a supply or not. We also need to consider the penalties, the offenses as well. That means through this particular workshop, your complete return filing aspect will also change. So be there and start the learning. And if you want to share once again, you can share it. Now, let's start our discussion. And in between the session, I will ask you multiple times that this concept is okay for you, this section is okay for you. Just confirm me once in the chat box. Okay. Now, first, section number 1. Okay. Sir, these memory techniques are just based on certain numbers or certain funny things or certain examples. Okay, so make your mind accordingly. कोई pressure create नहीं करना है mind पर. There is no requirement to create any pressure on your mind. It will be automatically stored on your brain. Okay, just faith on me. Now let's start our discussion. Section number 1. Sir, 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting. Whenever I want to start the counting, I just need to start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Okay, so this section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. This is just theoretical sections. Certain sections are based on theory, certain sections are based on practical. Whenever there will be a practical section, we'll definitely cover the complete details of that section, like section number 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are the practical sections. Okay, we'll cover the detailing as well. Section number 1, number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Commencement, extent, short, and title of GST. And this specific section, they have mentioned that the GST will be applicable whole India, including Jammu and Kashmir. This is the section number 1. So the memory technique 6, number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is commencement, extent, short, and title. Section number 2 is related to definitions. So once skip this section. Now just move to section number 3. Sir, in this particular course or in this particular workshop, I am also going to take certain perceptions which is popular in the market. Okay, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैं उन पे faith करता हूं, but just for the memory techniques, I am going to use that perception. Okay, so when you will check the number 3, there is one concept in our mind that number 3 is something bad. Number 3 is an indication of something bad. Am I right? तीन तिगाड़ा काम बिगाड़ा. Number 3 is indication of something bad. So in such a scenario, number 3 is related to something bad, and the officer who is going to correct the bad thing, that will be covered under section number 3. So this section number 3 of CGST Act is related to officers under GST. Because we all know that when the taxpayer is supposed to file the return on GST in common portal, whether it is GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, GSTR 9, 9C, whatever will be the compliances, if there will be any bad thing has been done by the taxpayer, that means there will be any mistakes has been done by the taxpayer, in that case tax authorities are going to correct the same through the scrutiny, through the assessment, through the audit procedure. That means the officers under GST are going to correct the bad things. Okay, so number 3 is an indication of something bad. The authority who is going to correct the bad things will be covered in section number 3, officers under GST. And in case of officers under GST, they have given a list: commissioner, joint commissioner, additional commissioner, assistant commissioner, superintendent, inspector. These are the officers under GST they have prescribed. So section number 3, indication of bad, and the officer who is going to correct the bad things, that will be covered under section number 3, and the list of officers I have also discussed. Sir, after this particular workshop, whenever you will go through with the Bare Act, this is my assurance to you, whenever you will go through with the Bare Act, you will be in a situation to recall each and every section, and you will be in a situation to understand each and every line of that particular Bare Act. वरना एक दिक्कत होती है, whenever we are supposed to go through with the Bare Act, we are not in situation to analyze the language of Bare Act. But after this particular course, after this particular webinar, this is my assurance to you, you all will be in a situation to easily understand the Bare Act. Okay. Section number 4. Just try to interlink this word for with your. Section number 4 is for your. Section number 4 is for your. That is appointment of the officer. Section number 4 is for your appointment. Section number 4 is for your appointment. So this section is related to appointment of the officers under GST. That means under section number 3, we have covered the list of officers: additional, assistant, joint, commissioner, inspector, superintendent. So how they are going to appoint? So the appointment procedure is given under section number 4. Sir, these sections are completely based on theoretical approach, but when we are in the field of practice and when we are doing the practice for GST, then there is requirement that we should have the idea of each and every section under GST. Okay, so section number 4 is for your appointment. So this section is related to appointment of the officers. Merely appointment of officers under GST is not sufficient. Merely appointment of officers under GST is not sufficient. Okay, so section number 5, just going to link this word 5 with high. Section number 5, high. Section number 5, high. Section number 5, high. And always we know the powers will be on the higher side. Powers will be on the higher side. If I have powers, in that case, I will be on a higher side. And if someone has less number of powers, in that case, that person will be on a lower side. So section number 5, high. So powers will always be on a higher side. So section number 5 is related to powers of the officers. Section number 3 is officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment. So appointment of the officers. And section number 5 is very high powers of the officers. In that particular section, they have prescribed that the officer has power to issue the show cause notice, power to issue the summon, power to call the documents, power to visit the physical place or premises of the taxpayer, power to grant the registration, power to require the documentation, additional documentation on account of registration application. All these are the powers which is vested in the GST authorities. Section number 6. Section number 6. Just link this word 6 with fix. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 6, authority fix. This specific section is saying if the jurisdiction of a taxpayer fall under the central GST department, then the same will be handled by the central GST department, will not assign to the state GST department. And if once the audit has been conducted by the central GST department, then the audit related notice cannot be issued by the state GST department. And if the state GST department is going to issue the notice, in that case taxpayer is eligible to just reply in one letter that sir, our audit has already been conducted. So through this section number 6, they have GST department is going to issue the notice, we are providing the reply. We are providing the reply that sir, our audit has already been conducted under central GST, so we are not supposed to liable, but we are not providing the reference of section. But now onwards, you all will be in a situation to provide the response as well, that as per section number 6, authority fix, our audit has already been done by the central GST department. Now state GST department will not supposed to take the audit, and this will create a very great impact on the authorities, that now the professionals, the GST consultant, the GST advocates are able to provide the response with sections. Now, one of the very important section number 7. But before moving on the section number 7, I just want to convey that this particular workshop on memory techniques we are conducting with association of 5 associations. Okay, so we have VRS, GST Academy, Chennai, GST Knowledge, Pondicherry, GST, and GSTPS, and the Goa Tax Bar Association. So we are conducting this session with all these 5 associations. So I am very thankful to all these associations for supporting us for this event. And now section number 7. Sir, section number 1 is related to commencement of numbers. So commencement of GST. Section number 3. Number 3 is something bad. So as per the market perception, the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that means the officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment, so officers appointment. Section number 5 is very high, that means the powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Now section number 7, most important section under GST. Most important section under GST. Will try to cover the detailing of this section as well. Okay, section number 7, S47, S for supply. Section number 7, S47, S for supply. So this section prescribe or describe the definition of supply under GST. And as per section number 7, S47, S for supply, supply includes. So the first thing which I want to say you, sir, whenever you will learn the GST law, just try to learn with the technical aspects as well. कई बार होता क्या है, we are merely dealing in the GST return filing, GST compliances, GSTR 9 and 9C. So we are only focusing on the return filing mechanism. If you will check the YouTube, you will find thousands of videos how to file the GSTR 3B, how to file the GSTR 1, how to file 9 and 9C. But if you will check, you will hardly found 2 to 3 videos based on technical aspect of filing of GST returns under the act. And that is what is the requirement for the success. Because मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, now departmental authorities are merely issuing the notices on account of reconciliations. But when they will start the issuing notices on account of the technical part of law, 70% of the professionals will not be in a situation to provide the response in a specific way. So we just need to prepare ourselves for the future litigations, because the future of GST is completely based on litigation, completely based on implementation, completely based on analysis, completely based on technical and fundamental things, not based on written filing. Because in next 3 to 4 years, it will be completely automatically auto drafted, auto saved, auto submitted, auto filed mode. So we all not be in situation. So I just request, आज से ही हम ये start कर दे, इसीलिए मैं कुछ example लूंगा. I am just going to take certain examples in between the workshop as well, because the purpose of this workshop is not to provide only memory techniques, is the purpose is to open your memory as well. Okay, so now section number 7, S47, S for supply, and they have used the word supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental. So first they have used the term supply includes. Agar government chahti, they can use supply means, but government wants a wider definition. Government don't want a limited definition of supply. Why? Because, sir, the complete base of GST is based on supply only. When a particular transaction or activity will qualify the definition of supply, then only the question of applicability of GST, rate of GST, time, place, value, or litigation will arise. So first thing, that the definition of supply. Hence, they have given a wider definition so that they can include multiple component, multiple aspects in the definition of supply itself. Supply includes sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration. That means for a activity or transactions, if we want to consider it as a supply, in such a scenario, two main components are there. One is in the course or furtherance of business, or another is for a consideration. If any activity or transaction which is not in the course or furtherance of business, no GST, because the same is not treated as supply. Or if any activity or transaction is not for a consideration, then also the same will not be considered as supply, because the activity or transaction is not covered under section number 7. So whenever we are talking from the implementation perspective, in that case, we just need to analyze all the activities or transactions of a business entity. And after that, we should decide that GST will be applicable or not. So section number 7, S for supply. This is the memory technique. Under supply, they have given all the activities or transactions like sale, exchange, barter, transfer, lease, rental, disposal, or agreed to be disposal for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. So two main conditions in the course or furtherance of business or for a consideration. But in this section number 7 itself, they have given certain exceptions. They have mentioned that if there will be any import of services, and that import of services for a consideration, but not in the course or furtherance of business, then also the same will be treated as supply, and accordingly GST should be payable under reverse charge mechanism. They have also given certain schedules. Under schedule number 1, they have prescribed certain activities or transactions, and they have clearly mentioned that all the activities or transactions which is mentioned in schedule number 1, whether for a consideration or no consideration, the same will be treated as supply. And in that schedule number 1, they have prescribed 4 activities. One is disposal or transfer of business assets. Another is principal or agent के बीच में होने वाले transactions, the transactions between principal and agent, the transaction between the distinct person and related party, and import of service in the course or furtherance of business. If there will be no consideration, then also the same will be treated as supply. And when the same will be treated as supply, accordingly GST will be applicable. So whenever we are starting our discussion on the applicability of GST, we first need to determine that this particular activity or transaction is considered as supply or not. Then only we will be in a situation to provide the proper consultancy to our client in the course or furtherance of business for a consideration. Now, government is saying that yes, you have determined, you have decided that this particular transaction or activity is a supply. Now, question is that whether this supply will be treated as supply of goods or supply of services. Whether the same will be treated as supply of goods or supply of services, for which government has given a schedule number 7, schedule number 2. But if you will check the schedule number 2, government has given multiple situations and scenario. Based on the analysis of multiple situations and multiple scenarios, we have prepared one golden rule. And the golden rule is that whenever there will be a title transfer, the same will be treated as supply of goods. And whenever there will be a just right to use transfer, I have given you a plant and machinery to use for 3 months. In that case, I have just transferred the right to use. The same will be treated as supply of services. Now, question is that why there is requirement of bifurcation between supply of goods and supply of services? Because different HSN and SSC codes are there. Accordingly, the rate of GST is there. Whenever you will learn the GST law or any law, whether income tax companies law, your learning should start from why. Why this provision is there. So that you will be in a situation to analyze the provisions in a very effective way. We are also conducting one GST comprehensive course. In that course, we are covering complete GST law with why only. That why this provision is there, why this specific definition is there, so that the analytical skills will be stored in the brain. So, schedule number 2. Also, government has given one negative list that on all these type of transactions or activities, no GST will be applicable. That means the same will be not covered, the same will be covered as neither supply of goods nor supply of services, and the same has been covered under schedule number 3. That means the term supply, section number 7 S47 supply, and in that segment they have given 3 schedules. One is neither supply of goods. We should have the idea technique for section 7 S47 supply. Whenever there will be a notice by the departmental authority on account of treatment of a particular transaction as a supply, whenever you will prepare the reply, your reply should always be based on section number 7 only. No, schedule number one is going to provide you the details that these activities or transactions which will be treated as supply, whether for a consideration or for no consideration. So schedule number one. Now I suppose everything is fine. My voice is okay. Now I suppose everything is fine. Okay, thank you. So schedule number one is just going to provide you the details that this particular transaction or activity will be treated as supply, whether for a consideration or for no consideration. Schedule number 2 is going to provide you the details that this will be your supply. Now the bifurcation that this will be a supply of goods or supply of services. And schedule number 3 is going to provide you that all these activities or transactions which is mentioned in schedule number 3 will be treated as neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Basically section number 7 S47 supply. Now next section number 8. Sir, section number 8, just look on the number 8. You will found, just look on the number 8. It will be a mixture of double zero, 1 0 and second 0. It will be a mixture of double zero. Whenever you will look on the number 8, it will be a mixture of double zero. Mixture, that is mixed and composite supply. Section number 8 is looking like a mixture of double zero, and this section is related to mixed and composite supply under GST. Whenever a particular activity or transaction is to be qualified the definition of supply, then we have to decide that it will be a composite supply or mixed supply if 2 or more supplies are provided in conjunction with each other. Okay, whenever there will be a supply of 2 or more supplies, 2 or more products, in that case we have to decide that this is my mixed supply or composite supply. As section number 8 is a mixture of double zero, so it will be treated as mixed supply and composite supply. Sir, what is the difference between composite supply and mixed supply? What is the difference between composite supply and mixed supply? So, sir, कई बार हम सोचते हैं क्या फर्क पड़ेगा इफ आई एम गोइंग टू क्वालिफाई और सप्लाई एज अ मिक्स्ड और एज अ composite supply, what will be the difference? But the point is that there is a very huge implication based on the applicability of rate of GST. It will be completely changed. If a particular supply will be treated as composite supply, then rate of GST will be applicable as per principal product. But in case of mixed supply, the rate of GST will be applicable at the highest rate. That will be the implication. If the taxpayer is wrongly determined a particular supply as a mixed supply instead of composite supply, in that case the taxpayer is supposed to make the payment at a highest rate, so the loss to the taxpayer only. Or if a particular taxpayer has determined a particular supply as composite supply wrongly, but actually the supply is mixed supply based on the nature, in such a scenario, in case of audit, scrutiny, assessment, governmental authority will come up with a notice, demand notice with the interest, penalty, and prosecutions. So we just need to be very much careful from that particular aspect. So let's, composite supply means one or more or two or more supply which is naturally bundled, which is naturally bundled. Now, sir, what do you mean by this naturally bundled supply? Naturally bundled means majority of market players are saying that this is a naturally bundled, or this is the perception of market. As we are saying that number 3 is the perception of the market, that it indicates something bad. Okay, so the same is there, naturally bundled, if this is a perception of the market. So first thing, based on the majority of market players perception, and third, on the basis of nature of that particular supply, if the same is naturally bundled, that it will be treated as composite supply. One will be principal, another will be ancillary supply, and rate of GST will be applicable as per the principal supply. As in case of air condition, okay, the installation and the air conditions both are composite supply, naturally bundled. In case of mixed supply, they have given the definition that if a particular supply will not be treated as composite supply, then the same will be treated as mixed supply. And in that case also, two or more supplies will be there and highest rate of GST will be applicable. This is my section number 8, very important, very crucial section. And memory technique is section number 8. Number 8 is a mixture of double zero. So this is related to mixed and composite supply. Next, section number 9. Sir, are you enjoying? Section number 9. Just check the wordings of 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 9, imposing fine. I hope you all will be there till the last section 138. When we'll discuss the section number 138, the numbers will be same on the YouTube and on the Zoom. Although you can try to increase the numbers on YouTube as well and on the Zoom platform as well. You can share with your other professional friends so that we can create a great world of knowledge. Okay. So now onwards, whenever we'll visit the departmental authority, whenever we'll visit the office, we all will be in a situation to proudly say that we have idea of each and every section under GST. At least we are in situation to provide the response in a very well way. So section number 9, imposing fine, just link the word 9 with imposing fine. Now, this section number 9 is not going to impose any fine, but this section number 9 is going to impose the whole GST on us. And as we all know that GST is not less than a fine, because we all are fighting from this particular GST since 2017. Multiple changes, multiple amendments, multiple scenarios are there. So we are giving a definition of fine to this GST. Section number 9, imposing fine, that means imposition of GST, and you can say charging section. This section is a charging section. Section number 9, imposing fine, charging section under GST. And whenever there will be a charging section, that section will be the most important section for the applicability or implication of that act. Section number 9, imposing fine, charging section. And as per this particular section, they have said that the CGST will be applicable on all intra-state supply and the highest rate will be 20%. And they have also given the 5 petroleum product, that on these 5 petroleum products the GST will be applicable on a future date when the same will be prescribed. 5 petroleum product: motor spirit, tribunal oil, petrol, diesel. Okay, these are the 5 petroleum product, high speed motor. So these are the products which is there in the list. So they have prescribed that the intra-state supply CGST will be applicable. The highest rate will be 20%, and they have prescribed the 5 petroleum products on which the GST will be applicable on a future date. And in this particular section, because this section is related to charging of GST, imposition of GST, they have given the mechanism as well. And they have pronounced that under GST, we have two mechanisms. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. There are two types of applicability of GST. One is forward charge, another is reverse charge. In case of forward charge, supplier is going to make the payment of taxes. In case of reverse charge, recipient will be liable to make the payment of the taxes. And for the applicability of GST under reverse charge mechanism, they have given a specific list of goods and a specific list of services. Okay, under section number 9, they have given a list of goods that if the recipient is going to receive these type of goods, in such a scenario recipient will be liable to pay the taxes. And if recipient is going to receive these type of services, in that case also the recipient will be liable to make the payment of the taxes. And when recipient is liable to make the payment of taxes under self invoicing mechanism, that recipient has to make the payment of taxes and claim the input tax credit. And also they have prescribed that in case of e-commerce operator, what will be the implication of TCS collection. They have prescribed the same through this section number 9. So this section number 9, imposing fine, that is chargeability of GST, and through that section they have prescribed the mechanism of forward charge, reverse charge, and the specific scenario related to e-commerce operator. That is what is the complete detailing of this section. Next section, section number 10. Next section, section number 10. Sir, just look on the number 10. Number 10 includes 0. Number 10 includes 0, that means 0 eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Hence this section number 10 is related to composition scheme, because in case of composition scheme also, there will be a 0 eligibility of input tax credit, because government has two schemes. One is regular, another is composition. If the taxpayer is going to select payment of taxes at a concessional rate, and the taxpayer will not be eligible to claim a input tax credit, उस सिचुएशन में taxpayer input tax credit claim करने के लिए eligible नहीं होगा. In case of composition scheme, taxpayer will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit. That means the zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. Hence, we just need to recall the section number 10. Number 10 includes 0. That means 0 eligibility to claim the input tax credit. And we all know that in case of composition scheme, there will be a 0 eligibility. उस situation में 0 eligibility होगी input tax credit claim करने की. So the same will be composition scheme. Just try to understand the section number 10, composition scheme. The taxpayer is going to pay the taxes at a concessional rate and not eligible to claim the input tax credit. The taxpayer will not be eligible to claim the ITC input tax credit. Okay, if the turnover is up to 1.5 crore rupees. But in case of services, if the taxpayer is merely dealing in the services and if the turnover is up to 50 lakh rupees, in such a scenario, the taxpayer can opt for the composition scheme, pay the taxes at the rate of 6% on the outward supply, and he will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit. In case of other scenario, 1% GST rate is applicable. In case of restaurant services, 5% of GST rate is applicable under this composition scheme. This is the briefing of this composition scheme. Just try to recall all the last 10 sections. Section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Number 3 is an indication of something bad. So the authority who is going to correct the bad things, that will be the officers under GST, and section number 3 is related to officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment. So this section is related to the appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that means the powers of the officers. Section number 6, fix, that means authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply. Section number 8 is a mixture of double zero. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10 includes 10, that means zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit. So this section is related to composition scheme. Yes, I request everyone on Zoom and YouTube, all the 10 sections are clear for everyone. Just confirm me once in the chat box. Now I can say the recordings of this video or this lecture will not be available. This is a live session only, live workshop, but we'll try to connect with the team and we'll provide you the recordings as well. We'll try my best to connect with the team and provide you the recordings, but just try to join this session till the end of the session. Okay, so all the 10 sections we have covered. Now section number 11, and before moving to the section number 11, I just want to share with you one exciting information from my side. Okay, that will not be a promotion, that is just information, because many participants throughout the India, they are demanding one chart book for the GST. They are I have received multiple mail and multiple messages on YouTube as well, on the WhatsApp as well, that sir, can you please create one book on charts so that we can easily recall the complete GST law. Yes, the wait is over. We have designed one complete chart book based on GST. This is the chart book, and this chart book is completely based on memory techniques. We have designed this specific chart book. We have covered the complete CGST Act, complete IGST Act, and the complete schedules as well in chart form. And this will be a book in the form of diary. You can carry at any time, anywhere. You just need to go through with the book so that you can easily recall each and every section, each and every provision. And in highlight bar, we have also given the sections memory techniques. So if you forgot a specific section, memory technique is also there, and the complete section has been explained in the chart form. And this is a color book, because black and white book se hum log bore ho jate hain. So we have designed this color book so that everyone can uh, very easily go through with this book, और वो कभी भी बोर नहीं होगा. That person will never ever bored from this specific book. And the complete CGST, complete IGST, complete schedule has already been covered in this particular book. This book is now available under pre-launch offer, and with this book we are providing a detailed video. With this book we are providing a detailed video course, around 10 hours video course. Through that video course we are provide you the explanation of this complete book, complete CGST, complete IGST. And with this book we are providing you one 10-minute short video. In that we have covered all the sections of CGST and IGST Act, so that anyone can easily recall the sections. जब वो डिपार्टमेंट जा रहा है, उसको कोई सेक्शन रिकॉल करनी है, 10 मिनट का वीडियो देखा, that person has to just watch the 10 minutes video. The original price of this book is 2099, but now on the pre-launch offer the book is available at 1499 with book. 10 hours complete video course is also available, and one short video is also available. Complete CGST, complete IGST, and the complete schedules is available in this book. So I have shared the number to buy this book. You just need to provide one text on this number. My team member will provide you the link. My team member will provide you the link to buy this specific book. But this book will be dispatched on 25th of January. Okay, so you will receive it by 27th or 28th of January. But the price 1499 is applicable for today only. This price of 1499 is applicable for today only. And just one thing I just want to clear, this is not a promotion. We just want that this book should be there in the hand of each and every professionals. Hence we are providing this book at cost only. Okay, and the price is available for today only. Okay, I have shared the number in the chat box. You can post one message on this particular WhatsApp number. My team member will give you the link so that you can buy the book, but the price is applicable for today only, 1499. Okay, Book is physical book. This book will be delivered to your postal address. Postal charges has also included in this particular price of 1499. Complete book, CGST, IGST, and all the schedules. And this is a very interesting book. Okay, for first 100 copies, the price is 1499. And today we are officially launched this book on this platform 1499. You can check the book. All the charts are in color form. Okay, and in a very easy way you can recall each and every section. Okay, so this is just information those who have joined this particular course, so that you can easily recall the sections under GST. That is what is the format of this book. You can check each and every section is there. In heading we have provided the sections. Okay, you will found the section number 17, the memory technique, and the complete chart is there. Okay, so anyone who want to buy this book, I request everyone, you should buy this book. Definitely you will receive a positive value from this book. Okay, and after buying this book, buying this book, if you will not satisfied, just return back that book, will give you the refund. Okay, because we have designed this book in a very well way. Rules is not covered in this book, only CGST, IGST Act and all the schedules. Rules ke liye we are launching a separate book in the Feb month. Okay, so the two combination will be there for rules and for the CGST, IGST Act. Okay, and we are also planning one book for the notification in the chart form 2017 till 2024. All the notifications will incorporate in one book, and that will be launched in April month. Okay, so we are working on multiple things, but this is the one product which is there in the market. You can buy, and definitely it will be a very useful guide for you. I request you can buy it for your staff. You can gift it to other professionals, because it will be in a very good frame, and it will be a great book for you. Okay, so this is just a suggestion from my side. Completely depend on you, if you want to buy, if you don't want to buy. But I request for your professional help, 1499 is not a big amount. Okay, you can invest it for your knowledge. So anyone, if interested, then just put in the chat box or just WhatsApp on the number. Don't put anything in the Zoom live. You can make a note on the number only. These are the some pages of this. I have just collected 50 pages of this book. Okay, so complete this type of book, colored chart book is there. You can go through with this particular book. Mode of payment, you will receive the website link. You can make the payment through the website only. Okay, you can make the payment through the website only. And if you want to now if you now want to buy this book, then you just need to do one thing. Just give me a single second, then we'll start our discussion on section number 11. If anyone wants to buy this book right now, then I am also going to share with you the link on the YouTube platform, because only 100 copies are available for this book. So place your order as soon as possible. Just wait for a single second, sir. Just wait for a single second. Now just focus on your learning only, sections only. Book will be available. You can buy by today evening as well. The purpose of this session only to provide the memory techniques for the complete CGST Act. Uh, by luck, we are launching this book on today, and I'm just able to share with you the details that we are launching this book only. Okay, by luck we are launching, although the plan to launch this book is on 15th of January. So we have shared the link in the. So बस इतना ही टाइम मैं दे पाऊंगा. Now we just need to move to our sections part, because we need to complete it. So thank you everyone for providing your really good feedback for this book. I have shared the link on the YouTube as well as on the Zoom platform as well. You can copy this book, you can place the orders right now, or you can place the orders after this session. Okay, I just request, just look on now, just come on our topic, section number 11. Now, section number 11. So just link the word E for 11, E for 11, and E for exemption. E for 11, E for exemption. All these memory techniques are already written in this book as well, and complete charts are also there. Section number 11, E for 11, E for exemption. So this section is related to exemptions under GST. As we all know, if government wants to exempt a particular product, if government wants to exempt a particular services, then government is going to issue the notification, and through that notification they are going to exempt that particular goods or exempt that particular services. Okay, they are supposed to exempt the goods and exempt the services through the notification. So this section number 11, this section number 11 is completely related to exemptions. In this particular section, they have given the power to exempt a particular goods or to exempt a particular services. This is my section number 11, E for 11, E for exemption. So this section is related to exemptions under GST. Section number 12, most important section, most important section. Sir, I just want to say multiple time we are just focusing that we need to file the returns, we just need to prepare the reconciliations, we just need to manage the things, handle the compliances. But there are a lot of things which is also important under GST, and one is your time of supply. So now section number 12, and number 12 is the indication of time. As we all know, number 12 is the indication of time. 12 baj gaye. Number 12 is the indication of time. So this section number 12 is related to time of supply. Okay, I will provide you a bunch of memory techniques for certain sections. Okay, so in that section number 12, number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply under GST. Section number 12, 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply under GST. Whenever we'll read this time of supply, section number 12, just keep in your mind that section number 12, section number 13, section number 14, all these sections are related to time of supply. Okay, now just try to briefly discuss this section, time of supply. So whenever we are saying this word time of supply under GST, we are supplying the goods as well as we are supplying the services. हम लोग goods भी supply कर रहे हैं, हम लोग services भी supply कर रहे हैं. Okay, so time of supply of goods, time of supply of services. So we need to decide the TOS, that is time of supply for goods as well as for services. For goods, section number 12 is applicable. For services, section number 13 is applicable. So memory technique says number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. Number 13, number 14 is also related to time of supply. So in case of supply of goods, sir, we have already covered section number 9, and while covering the section number 9, we have covered an important fact that section number 9 imposing fine, and the mechanism is reverse charge mechanism as well, forward charge mechanism as well. So when the taxpayer is going to make the supply of goods, maybe taxpayer make the supply under forward charge, under reverse charge. So time of supply will be separately decided for the forward charge, for the reverse charge. These type of charts has already been provided in this book. Okay, and in case of supply of services, we need to decide the time of supply under forward charge, under reverse charge. Okay, so section number 12, 12 is the indication of time. So time of supply in case of goods, in case of services. In case of goods, we may decide under forward charge, under reverse charge. Under services, we may decide under forward charge, under reverse charge mechanism. Now, for forward charge, sir, what will be the time of supply? Sir, there are certain sections which are very important. So I am going to share with you the crux of that section as well with memory technique. Okay, so I will give much more time to that section. So under forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice date. Under forward charge, the time of supply will be invoice date. Whenever the invoice will be created, that will be the time of supply. Sir, what do you mean by this time of supply and what is the relevance of time of supply? The point is that on the basis of time of supply, you need to file your return. Because if a particular supply, the time of supply is April month, then whenever you will file the April month GSTR 3B or GSTR 1 return, you just need to take that particular supply. So this time of supply plays a very important role. Multiple time, what we are doing, client is sending the data in Excel file, we are uploading on GST and common portal and file the returns. Sir, ask your client that time of supply is perfect. Now question is that your client has no idea about time of supply. You need to check if this is a supply of goods. In that case, invoice date is proper. In case of reverse charge mechanism, we need to check that the goods has already been received or payment has already been made or bank में से debit हो गया, debit entry from bank account or 30 days from date of issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, that will be my time of supply. Suppose the taxpayer is going to issue the invoice in May month, but the goods has already been received in April month, then accordingly time of supply will be April month, and whenever you will file the return of April month, you need to pay the taxes. But hota kya hai, we are merely filing the returns based on the entries made in the accounting software, and based on that accounting software, we are putting the data in GSTR1 is based on invoice date only. Sir, this is not correct in case of reverse charge mechanism. In case of reverse charge mechanism, we need to check that the client has received the goods or not, or if the client has already received the goods, in that case the prior, that is goods, that will be time of supply, and accordingly the same is to be feeded in GST return. There is one perception in the mind of 50 to 60% professionals that time of supply no relevance. No sir, time of supply is very 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 important, because multiple penalties, multiple interest will be applicable if you have not followed the principle of time of supply. So in case of goods, under forward charge, invoice date will be time of supply. In case of reverse charge, goods received or bank entry or payment or 30 days from invoice date, whichever will be earlier, that will be my time of supply. In case of supply of services, in case of supply of services, forward charge, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier, because we all know in case of forward charge, in case of supply of services, if there will be any advance received, then GST will be applicable on that advance receipt as well. Us advance receipt par bhi wahan par GST lag jayega. GST will be applicable on the receipt of advances. So on account of services, if there will be any amount credited, then GST will be applicable. On account of reverse charge mechanism, the time of supply will be payment or bank entry or 60 days from issue of invoice, whichever is earlier, that will be my time of supply. So section number 12 is an indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. We need to decide the time of supply for goods, for services. For goods, under forward charge, under reverse charge. For services, under forward charge, under reverse charge. That is what is the mechanism we need to keep in our mind. Now, section number 14, which is also very much important, very much specific, that is related to time of supply only. Section number 14. If there will be any change in rate of tax, this is the most crucial situation. Just try to understand. Suppose I have made a particular supply on 20th of April 2024. I have made a particular supply on 20th of April 2024. No, section number 13 is related to time of supply in case of supply of services. Section number 12 is related to time of supply in case of goods. Section number 13 is related to time of supply in case of services. Section number 14 is related to change in rate of tax. We just need to recall these sections with each other. Okay. So memory technique is just one. Section number 12 is an indication of time. So this is related to time of supply. 13 is also time of supply. 14 is also time of supply. Is that okay, sir? Now, suppose government has changed the rate on 20th of April for the specific goods. Okay. And the supply has already been made. The supply has already been made on 18th of April. but invoice has been issued and payment has been received on 22nd of April, 22nd of April. Okay. In such a scenario, just let me know what will be the time of supply. Just let me know what will be the time of supply, because 20th April 2020 चेंज हो गया उस प्रोडक्ट की रेट में. The supply has already been made on 18th of April, but the invoice date is 24th of April and payment is 22nd of April. In that case, what will be the time of supply? Now, point is that suppose if we'll decide the time of supply based on the supply, that means supply is already made on 18th, so rate of GST should be the earlier rate, suppose 18%. But the principle is that if there will be any change in rate of tax and invoice and payment both are after the change in rate of tax, in that case invoice or payment whichever is earlier, that will be my time of supply. So in such a scenario, the payment date, that is 22nd of April, will be treated as time of supply, and accordingly the rate of GST will be applicable 28%. अगर यहाँ पर आपने supply के according rate decide कर ली, then in case of any scrutiny, assessment, audit, they will raise the demand with penalty, with interest. So this is also a very important section. Section number 12. 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. In case of goods, section number 12. In case of services, section number 13. In case of change in rate of tax, section number 14. Most crucial situation. Now, next section, most important section under GST. Section number 15. Just look on the number 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, that is value fix. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fix. So this section is related to valuation under GST. Sir, while prima facie are looking on these memory techniques are looking very simple. But sir, we have given a 6-month time to develop these memory techniques, and we have created this in a very simple way so that everyone can absorb the purpose, everyone can gain the idea of the memory techniques. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fix. This section is related to valuation under GST, and in this section number 15 they have prescribed that the transaction value will be treated as taxable value if buyer and supplier are not the related party and price is the sole consideration. For example, suppose I am visiting Reliance Mall and I am buying a particular product. In that case, I and Mukesh Ambani, not a related party. And price, what I am paying to the Mukesh Ambani, that is a sole consideration. In that case, the transaction value will be treated as value of supply. And they have also mentioned that if there will be any incidental expenditure with that particular supply, then that will be the part of that taxable value. Loading, unloading expenditure, any marketing expenditure, that will also be added to the value. And they have also given that if price is not sole consideration and buyer and supplier are not related party, in such a scenario we have various valuation rules. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 will decide the value accordingly. But prima facie, section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. This section is related to value fix, that is valuation under GST. Next, section number 16. Sir, we have created the memory techniques for majority of sections in English language. But for 1 or 2 sections, we have created the memory techniques for Hindi only. Those my friends who have joined from South, just try to recall 1 or 2 lines in Hindi. Is that okay for you? Because we all are from India only, so certain sections or certain memory techniques should be from Hindi as well. So one interesting line is there, I just want to share with you so that you can also learn the Hindi language. Section number 16, हमारे हिंदी में एक कहावत है. Section number 16, there is one very specific perception in Hindi. But before covering that particular perception, I just want to share with you something about section number 16, something about input tax credit. Sir, for claiming the input tax credit, when I am going to claim the input tax credit under GST, I just need to check that the same is in the course or furtherance of my business. Then after, I need to check multiple conditions of section number 16 subsection 2. Okay, that means the invoice is there, the same is reflected in 2B. I have received the goods, supplier has filed the returns, made the payment of taxes, and also there is requirement to check the reversal as per rule number 4243. The same is not blocked under section 17 subsection 5. Payment has already been made to the creditors. So multiple filters are there. And after successful passing of all the filters, the input will be eligible for the taxpayer. You can say for claiming an input tax credit, उसको बहुत एक crucial examination से निकलना पड़ता है. That input tax credit has to pass multiple examples. हिंदी में कहते हैं अग्नि परीक्षा. सो दिस सेक्शन नंबर 16. और हमारे हिंदी के अंदर एक कहावत है कि जब भी कोई चीज फुल प्रूफ हो जाए तो उसको बोलते हैं 16 आने सच. फॉर क्लेमिंग द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट दैट शुड बी 16 आने सच. सो दिस सेक्शन नंबर 16, हिंदी में सेक्शन को बोलते हैं 16 को बोलते हैं, 16 को बोलते हैं 16. सो 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. इफ योर आईटीसी इज 16 आने सच, इन दैट केस यू विल बी एलिजिबल टू क्लेम द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. दैट इज मेमोरी टेक्निक इज 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. सो सेक्शन नंबर 16, 16 को हिंदी में बोलते हैं 16. सो सेक्शन नंबर 16, 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. सेक्शन नंबर 16, 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. सो दिस सेक्शन इज रिलेटेड टू इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट अंडर जीएसटी, एंड दे हैव मेंशन इफ यू आर सपोज टू यूज द गुड्स और सर्विसेज इन द कोर्स और फर्दरेंस ऑफ बिजनेस, after fulfilling all the conditions, after making the payment to the supplier within 180 days, you will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. So multiple examinations are there. Section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटफट. I request everyone, this section number 16 memory technique is easy for everyone. From south, I require your response. 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटफट. Section number 16, input tax credit. Section number 17, yes, from south, make a noise. 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट, that is input tax credit. Section number 17. Now again there is one perception in the market. Number 17 is related to something danger. Number 17 is related to something danger. Satra khatra. Number 17 is related to something danger. So this section number 17. And when this danger zone will be there, when this danger zone will be there, whenever there will be a restriction on input tax credit, whenever there will be a restriction on input tax credit, that will be the danger zone. Section number 17, number 17 is indication of something danger. So whenever there will be a restriction on input tax credit, that will be a danger situation for me. Okay, Binu sir, section 16, just link one word, 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटफट. जस्ट इस एक लाइन को यू जस्ट नीड टू कीप इन योर माइंड. ओके, section number 17, danger. So this is related to restrictions on the input tax credit. That means this section is saying that if there is any inward supply of goods and services, and if you are using the same for your personal consumption, ITC, no. If you are using the same for exempted supply, no ITC. In case they have given a specific list of goods and services on which the ITC will not be allowed, that is blocked credit. Section number 17, subsection 5, motor vehicles, aircraft, vessel, if used, in that case, no ITC. Okay, in case of food and beverages, no ITC. In case of beauty treatment, no ITC. In case of works contract, no ITC. Okay, sir, आपको याद रहेगा, just I want to share with you one important example from the analysis perspective. In the 55th GST Council meeting, government has changed the word plant or machinery, and they have now used the word plant and machinery, because on the basis of that and or, I just want to share with you the importance of and or. Merely based on this and on or, they have pronounced, this honorable Supreme Court has pronounced in the decision of, in case of Safari retreat, that government has used the word plant or machinery, and if any building is going to use for the rental purposes, then that building will qualify the definition of plant, and hence ITC should be allowed. In the 55th GST Council meeting, because our government is brilliant, okay, so government has just changed the word plant or machinery, and they have used the word plant and machinery. And due to that, both the things should be there, plant and machinery, and building not covered under the definition of machinery, hence no ITC allowed. That is what is the effect of a single word and or. Accordingly, we try to learn the GST law. Section number 17. Number 17 is something danger. Whenever there will be a question on restriction of input tax credit on account of personal use, on account of exemption, on account of the blocked credit, the same is covered under section number 17. Okay. Now, next section. Section number 18. Just link this word 18. Happy. Section number 18, making happy. Section number 18, making happy. The specific section who is going to give happiness to us, that will be my section number 18. Section number 18, making happy. So this section is related to happy. This section is saying, if Mr. Sachin, you are not registered under GST, but suppose on a single day your turnover crossed the specific limit, your turnover crossed a specific date, and on that date, from that date, if you will apply for the GST registration within 30 days, in such a scenario, as on the date of the liability, whatever will be the input goods which is available with you will provide you the input tax credit on that particular inward supply. Because sir, earlier I was not registered under GST, but I bought certain goods and services from the market. The goods is available in my stock, but now I am going to take the registration under GST. So now when I will sell that particular product in the market, I will charge output GST. But on my inward supply, I have not claimed the input tax credit. So government is saying, if you will apply for the GST registration within 30 days from the date of liability, in that case, as on the date of the liability, whatever will be the input goods which is available with you, you can claim the input tax credit by filing the ITC 01 form. So this is a very happy situation that now I am eligible to claim the input tax credit. Also, government is saying, suppose Mr. Sachin, you was registered as a composition dealer, and now if you are going to convert yourself to the regular taxable person, in that case, now you are paying the tax at a higher rate, that means the normal rate on your inward supply. Earlier you have not claimed, but now whatever will be the input goods which is available with you, you will be eligible to claim the ITC. I am very happy. Also, government said, Sachin, earlier your product was exempted. Now your product is taxable. So when you are not paying the output tax, you have not claimed the input tax credit. Whatever will be the input goods which is held by you as on the date of liability on which your product is taxable, now you are eligible to claim the input tax credit. Very happy situation. So this section number 18, making happy, that means apportionment of credit or credit in special circumstances. Special circumstances means new registration, whenever composition to regular, exempted to taxable, you will be eligible to claim the input tax credit. Section number 18, making happy. Section number 19, we have a memory technique in English as well as in Hindi. Okay. Now we'll discuss the memory techniques only in English language so that it will be comfortable for everyone. Section number 19. Sir, first I am going to share with you the memory technique in Hindi, then after we'll convert it into English. Okay. Section number 19. Sir, there is one specific perception in the market. अगर कोई काम मैं करूंगा, that will be perfect. If any work, if I am doing a work, then that will be perfect. If I am doing a particular work, then that will be a perfect work. And if someone else is going to do that work, in that case, that person will do with lesser efficiency. That means अगर मैं कोई काम करूंगा वो 21 होगा और कोई दूसरा काम करेगा वो 19 होगा. अगर मैं कोई काम करूंगा वो 21 होगा, अगर कोई दूसरा करेगा तो वो 19 होगा. दैट मींस 19 इज रिलेटेड टू वर्क डन बाय अदर्स. सो दिस सेक्शन नंबर 19 इज रिलेटेड टू वर्क that is job worker. This section number 19 is related to job worker under GST. You can say that if I am doing something, I will do 21, and someone else is going to perform that work, that person will perform with less efficiency, that is 19. So this section number 19 is related to work performed by others, that is job workers. In the definition of others will cover job worker. And they have specifically mentioned in that particular section that if the principal is going to take the services of any job worker, and if the job worker is unregistered, in that case the place of job worker should be added as an additional place of business. And if there is any goods has been supplied to the job worker for the job worker purpose, in such a scenario the same should be bring back within 1 year. If the same is not bring back within 1 year, then it will be treated as that goods has been supplied and you need to make the payment of GST. And if the principal has provided or transfer any capital goods to the job worker, the same should be bring back within 3 years. And if the same has not been bring back, in such a scenario it will be treated as supply. That is what is the crux of this section number 19. And the memory techniques is, if I will do something, I will do with 100% efficiency, that is 21. And if someone else is going to perform the same with less efficiency, that is 19. So less efficiency work done by others, that is job worker. Section number 18, making happy. Section number 19, work done by others, that is job worker. Next, section number 20. Just look on the number 20. Just check 2020. That is distribution of ITC. Number 20, 2020, that is distribution of ITC. 2020 is the indication of distribution. So this section is related to distribution of input tax credit. As we all know, there is one concept, that is input service distributor. Just take one example, and through that example I just try to provide you the explanation of this section. Suppose head office, there is one head office is Jodhpur, Rajasthan, and multiple branches at Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana. Multiple branches at Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Maharashtra. Okay. And if head office has taken any services for the whole as a unit from a particular person, okay, and particular person has prepared an invoice of 1 crore rupees, charge GST at the rate of 18%. So the GST amount is 18 lakh. But the head office has taken the services with reference to all the branches. Then head office has to transfer the input tax credit to the branches. For transfer of input tax credit, for distribution of input tax credit, head office has to take the registration as an input service distributor, so that the head office can distribute the input services, and then head office can distribute the ITC in the ratio of turnover. So this section number 20, 2020, that is distribution of ITC by the input service distributor. Section number 21 is also related to input service distributor. Just link this word. If the head office has distributed any ITC in excess, then as per section number 21, through the debit note, the ITC can be reduced. So this section number 21 is also related to input service distributor. Just try to recall all these 21 sections. Number one, section number one is the commencement of counting, and under GST section number 1 is related to commencement of GST. Number three is indication of something bad. So the officer who is going to correct the bad things under GST, that will be officers under GST as per section number 3. Section number 4 is for your appointment, that means appointment of the officers. Section number 5 is very high, that means the powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S for supply. Section number 8. Number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10. Number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit, composition dealer. Section number 11, E for exemptions. Section number 12. 12 is the indication of time of supply. So section number 12, 13 and 14 is related to time of supply. In case of goods, 12 is there. In case of services, 13 is there. In case of change in rate of tax, 14 is there. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fixed, that is valuation under GST. Section number 17, section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटफट, स्पेशली फॉर साउथ. 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटफट. सेक्शन नंबर 17, 17 is something danger. That means blockage of input tax credit or denial of ITC or restriction on ITC. Section number 18, making happy. That means credit in special circumstances, registration exempted to taxable, composition to regular. Section number 19, if work performed by others, that will be 19. If work performed by me with great efficiency, 21. So section number 19 is related to work performed by others, that is job worker. Section number 20, just look, 2020 is related to distribution of ITC by the input service distributor, and if the ITC has been distributed in excess, then the same will be reversed through the debit note. So the section number 21 is here, that is also related to input service distributor. Sir, just confirm me once in the chat box, all the 21 sections are okay for everyone. I request everyone from the Zoom and from the YouTube platform, just provide your feedback in the chat box. Are you enjoying the session? I suppose this session is not boring at all. Next section. Section number 22. Next section, section number 22. Thank you for your response in the chat box. I suppose we are going in the right way, hence we are getting these type of responses in the chat box. Thank you everyone for believing in me and joining this particular session, because without you, no use of these memory techniques or no use of the sessions. Okay. 22. Sir, just try to interlink this word 20. Under GST, there is a limit, threshold limit to take the GST registration. Normally, that is 20 lakh rupees. If your turnover crosses the limit of 20 lakh rupees, you need to take the GST registration. So the 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and the section number 22 includes the 120 is related to registration under GST. Registration under GST. So the section number 22 is related to registrations under GST, that when a taxpayer will be liable to take the registration for a certain specific states, if the turnover crosses 10 lakh rupees, registration is required. Normally, in case of services and goods, 20 lakh rupees. If the person is exclusively dealing in goods, in such a scenario, registration is required if the turnover crosses the limit of 40 lakh rupees, but normally the limit is 20 lakh. So section 22, just use the word 20. 20 is the limit to take the GST registration. So this section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Sir, this PDF file on which I am working, I will definitely share with you on your registered mail ID. Every participant will receive that PDF file. Okay. We'll share with each and every participant so that you can easily recall the scenarios, recall the situations. And also, if you had bought that particular book, chart book, in that case, no need of this PDF file, because that book itself covering all the CGST Act, IGST Act, the memory techniques, the charts, everything has already been covered in that book. Okay. Although you will receive this PDF file as well. Section number 23. Now those sections which are theoretical based, I am not going to give much more time to that particular section. Okay. Section number 23. Section number 23. Just try to link this word 3 with free. Section number 23, free. That means in the given scenarios, no requirement to take the GST registration. In this particular situation, government has clearly mentioned that if you are falling in these particular type of categories, then no requirement to take the GST registration. Section 23, completely free. Section 23, free. And situations are, if you are exclusively dealing in exempted product, if the taxpayer is exclusively dealing in exempted product, in that case, no need to take the GST registration. And second, if the taxpayer is an agriculturalist, cultivation of land, in that case, no requirement to take the GST registration. Section 23, free, no requirement to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist, in case of completely exclusively engaged in the exempted products. Section number 24. Section number 24, just link this word 24. Section 24, sure. Section 24, sure. Section 24, sure. That means you need to take the GST registration. Whatever will be the turnover, you need to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure. Section 24, sure. Just link the word for with sure. Section 24, sure. That means you need to take the GST registration. And for that purpose, if you are making any interstate supply, you have to take the GST registration. If you are a C&F agent, carrying and forwarding agent, as there are two types of agent, carrying and forwarding agent. Applicable if the amount of commission exceeds 20 lakh rupees. But in case of C&F agent, that person is going to hold the inventory on behalf of the principal. GST registration is required. So C&F agent, in case of casual taxable person, in case of non-resident taxable person, there is requirement to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure. That means mandatorily required to take the GST registration in case of interstate supply, in case of C&F agent, in case of your casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person, no turnover limit, you have to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section 23, free, no need to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure, you need to mandatorily required to take the GST registration. Okay. Yes, we'll discuss that casual taxable person when we'll discuss the section 27. Just wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Yes, I request everyone, if you have no idea of a specific term or if I am using in this particular workshop, feel free to put the same in the chat box. Will definitely provide you the response, and I am very happy to provide you the response because that will be an indication that you are learning something. Okay, the purpose on this Sunday, if you are giving 5 hours, then really it will be a great moment for me as well because you are giving a 5 hour time on this Sunday. Section number 25. Section number 25. Just link this word 5 with define. Section number 25, procedure define. Section 25, procedure define. Section 25, procedure defined. In this particular section, they have defined the procedure of GST registration. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 25, procedure defined. In this section, they have defined the GST registration process, that first you need to apply for the GST registration on GST and common portal. TRN will be generated. Then after, you need to provide the documentation like the principal place of business, if rented, if owned. So you need to provide the documentation. You just need to provide file the application with the Aadhaar authentication. If departmental authority wants, then they may go for the physical verification. If they don't want required, then they may issue the show cause notice or directly approve the application. So in this section number 25, procedure defined, they have given the procedure to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined, that is the timeline. That means the procedure to take the GST registration. Section 26. Section 26, registration fix. Section 26, registration fix. Section 26, registration fix. I request, don't put your mail ID in the chat box, because if you are registered, in that case your mail ID already with us. Okay, we have already taken your mail ID at the time of registration. Okay, we are also smart enough. So we have already taken your mail ID. We'll provide you on your mail ID as well as on the WhatsApp. Okay. So thank you for your response in the chat box. Section 26, registration fix. Yes, section 25, procedure for GST registration defined. Section 25, procedure defined. Section 26, registration fix. If you want, you can also repeat these memory techniques in the chat box so that stored in your brain. Okay, and if you don't want, then also it is okay. Section 26, registration fix. This section is saying, if the departmental authority is not going to issue any notice within the timeline of 15 days, in such a scenario, it will be treated that your registration application is deemed approved. Tejas sir, please don't write from your paid. Okay, we have not disabled the writing of the participants, but I request, please don't write, because if you will create anything, then it will be create unnecessary things on the screen. If possible, then just try to clear it. Okay, you can clear it from your Okay, thank you, sir. Section number 26, registration fix. They have written in this specific section that if the departmental authority is not going to approve the registration application within a given time, if the departmental authority is not going to approve the registration application within given time, in that case, it will be deemed approved. Okay, earlier the limit was 15 days. Now in multiple states, the limit has been enhanced to 30 days. Okay, then the application will be deemed approved. So departmental authority has to issue the show cause notice, and if they are not going to show cause notice, then the application will be deemed approved. So section 26, registration fix. Okay, if departmental authority is not going to issue any notice, your registration is fixed. Section 26, registration fix. Section 27, section 27, just try to link section 27 taking favor, section 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. This section is going to take the favor of casual taxable person, that is CTP, and non-resident taxable person. This is a specific section, hence we have created the trick. Section 27 taking favor. Section 27 taking favor. Favor of casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. What do you mean by the casual taxable person? For example, if a particular person don't want a permanent registration, suppose a particular person is going to organize an exhibition at Tamil Nadu. Okay, he is from Rajasthan. He is going to organize an exhibition at Tamil Nadu for 45 days. In that case, that person required the registration in Tamil Nadu only for 45 days. In such a scenario, that person is going to take the registration as a casual taxable person. Or if any non-resident individual is going to take the registration in India, that will take the registration as a non-resident taxable person. So section 27 taking favor of something special, that is casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Is that okay, sir? The casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Section 28. So whenever there will be a question of any casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person related registration, you just need to go through with the section number 27 taking favor of the casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Section 28, just try to link this word 28. Section 28 is very great. Section 28 is very great. Section 28 is very great because this section is providing the opportunity of amendments. Whenever there will be a change in the principal place of business, additional place of business, there will be any change in the directors, any change in the partners, mobile number, mail ID, HSN code, then you can file the amendments, okay, on the GSTN common portal. So this section is going to provide the facility of the amendments. Section 28 is very great because this section is providing you the opportunity for the amendments in the registration particular. Section 28 very great, that is amendments, providing the opportunity of amendments. Section 29, just link this word 9, denying. Section 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. This section is saying if the taxpayer is not going to file the return on continuous basis as a CMP, that means composition person, or as a regular person, or that person is involved in certain fraudulent activities, in that case they can deny the registration, that means they can cancel the registration. Section 29, denying, that means denying for the registration, cancellation of registrations. Section 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. Section 30, section 30, just try to link this word 30, is not very dirty, is not very dirty. Section 30 is not very dirty. ये गंदी section नहीं है. Section 30 is not very dirty because this section is providing the opportunity of revocation of registration. Section 29 is denying, that means that section is going to cancel your registration. But section 30 is not very dirty because this section is going to provide the opportunity for the revocation of the registration. You can file an application before the departmental authority for the revocation of registration, that my registration has been cancelled by the authority and now I have reason why my registration should be revoked. So that is what is the application can be filed. And whenever we'll go for the revocation of application, we just need to take the reference of section number 30, not very dirty. That means revocation of registration. Okay. Section 31. Section 31, just link this word 31. Sir, when you will recall the memory techniques, the crux of that section will automatically in your brain. Okay. You need not to any pressure on your mind. Whenever you will recall section number 30 is not very dirty. That means dirty nahi hai, providing the opportunity for the revocation. Section 29, denying. That means cancellation of registration. Section 28, very great. That is amendments ki provide opportunity there. This section is going to provide us the opportunity of the amendments. Okay. Section 31. Section 31. Invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 31, invoicing done. This section is related to invoicing under GST. This section is saying whenever there will be a supply of goods, you need to issue the invoice before the supply. At the time of supply, you need to generate the invoice. Provision of service, you need to generate the invoice. So complete mechanism related to invoicing is given in this section number 31. And sir, a very important thing I just want to share that we have conducted this memory technique session in physical mode as well at Jaipur. On 2 locations, we have already conducted this session in physical mode at Jaipur and Ahmedabad. In 8 hours, we have covered the complete memory techniques of the CGST Act in physical session as well. And all the participants get a great knowledge from this memory technique session. Very soon, we are planning for multiple sessions on physical locations for this memory techniques only. Okay. So section number 31, invoicing done. So this section is related to invoicing under GST. Section number 32. Section 32. Just try to link this word 32. 32 to collection of tax. Section 32 to collection of tax. From this word to, you just need to link this word to collection of tax. Section 32 to collection of tax. So this section is saying comparison to the invoice. In that case, that tax collected will be called as unauthorized collection of tax. That type of collection will be called as unauthorized collection of the tax. So section 32 to collection of the tax, that means unauthorized collection of the tax. Suppose you have mentioned on your invoice as 1 lakh rupees, but you have collected 1 lakh 10,000 rupees. That 10,000 rupees will be the unauthorized collection of the tax. Okay. So this section number 32. Now I suppose everything is fine because today we have YouTube as well as Zoom. So due to certain technical issue, there may be certain issues with the network also. In my area, there is certain network issue is going on. Okay, but yes, now everything is smooth. Yes, definitely. If there is any voice break and if you want to repeat of the section, just put it in the chat box. We'll definitely take care of it. Okay, because chat box is here in front of me and I am in situation to read each and every of your notes and comments. Section 32 to collection of the text. Just try to link this word. Section 32 to collection of the tax, that means unauthorized collection of the tax. Suppose you have mentioned the tax amount as 1 lakh rupees, but you have collected 1 lakh 10,000 rupees, then the excess 10,000 will be treated as unauthorized collection of the tax. Section 33, just try to link this word 33 with mandatory. Section 33 mandatory. Section 33 mandatory. This section specifies certain fields which is mandatory to be required on the invoice. That means the recipient GSTN, supplier GSTN, the date, the taxable value, the CGST, IGST, SGST amount, the discount. These things are very much necessary, which should be required on the invoice HSN code. So section number 33, mandatory. This section deals with the mandatory fields on the invoicing. That means these are the mandatory fields which should be there on the invoice. Section 33, mandatory. Section 33, mandatory. That means mandatory fields on the invoices. Section 34. Just look on number 34. This is also based on number technique. Okay, for preparation of the memory techniques, we have used number techniques, we have used pronunciation techniques, we have used certain examples as well. So section 34, just look on the number 3 and number 4. Section 34 is related to, sir, just try to understand one concept, that suppose I have made a sales during a specific month and I want to reduce my sales. I want to reduce my sales. In such a scenario, I need to issue the credit note. And whenever I want to enhance my sales, I need to issue the debit note. So number 3 is for the reduction and number 4 is related to the enhancement. Number 3 is a lower side, so this is related to reduction. Number 4 is a higher side, that is enhancement. So section number 34, whenever you will look on the number 3 and 4, 3 credit note, 4 debit note, this type of imagination should be there in your mind. So section number 34 is related to credit and debit note. Section number 34 is related to credit and debit note. Number 3 is my credit note. Number 4 is my debit note. So section number 34 is related to credit and debit note. Lower side, that means reduction in the sales. Higher side, that means enhancement in the sales, that is credit and debit note under GST. And the credit and debit note can only be issued by the supplier. Section number 35, just link this word 35. 35, justify. 35, justify. 35, justify. This section is going to provide you the justified records under GST. Justified records under GST. That means these types of records you need to maintain under GST. Section 35, justify. Section 35, justify. That means these type of documents should be justified under GST. These type of documents you should maintain under GST. That means invoices should be maintained, journal ledger should be maintained, cash ledger should be maintained, your purchase register should be maintained, sales register should be maintained, expenditure ledger, income ledger. These type of things are required to be maintained. So this section number 35, justify, that means these documents are justified to be maintained under GST. So section 35, justify, that means records which is justified under GST. Section 35, justify, that means records under GST. Section 36, just look on the number 6, 36, 6. And under GST, you need to retain the documents for 6 years. That means 72 months. Under GST, whatever will be your records, that is sales register, purchase register, your cash ledger, your journal ledger, your income and expenditure ledger, you need to maintain for 6 years. So this section number 36 is related to retention of the documentation. कब तक retain करना है? You have to retain the documents for 6 years. So 36, just link this word, just link this number 6 to 6 years, that you need to retain the documents under GST for 6 years. And if there will be any dispute, in that case you have to maintain the documents 1 year after that particular date of disputes. Okay, जब वो dispute over हो जाए, उससे 1 साल तक you need to maintain the documents. You need to maintain the documents for next 1 year after the completion of that dispute or litigation. So section 36 basically provides you that for 6 years you need to retain the documents. So this section is related to retention of the documentation. Section 37. Now, sir, in current environment, current scenario, the due date to file the GSTR 1 return is 11th. Am I right? But when the GST was imposed in the early situation, the time limit to file the GSTR 1 return was 10th of the subsequent month. And am I right? 10th of the subsequent month. So now for the memory technique, you just need to keep, just for memory technique, okay, just keep that this 10th is the due date to file the GSTR1 return. For memory technique only, just keep that the 10th is the due date to file the GSTR1 return, and under GSTR1 return we are declaring our outward supply. That means we are declaring our sales. In GSTR1 we are declaring our sales. So this section number 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10, and 10th is the due date to file your GSTR1 return, and under GSTR1 return we are filing the outward supply. So this section number 37 is related to outward supply under GST. Section 37 is related to outward supply under GST. 3 plus 7 is equal to 10, and 10 is the due date to file the GSTR1 return. Under GSTR1, we are providing the outward supply. So basically, section 37 is related to outward supply. Whenever departmental authority is going to issue any notice and raise any question on account of the outward supply, your response should be based on 37 only. Section 38. Section 38, just link this word 8 with fake. This section 38 fake, this section is going to provide the conditions to avoid the fake invoicing. Conditions to avoid the fake invoicing. This section 38 fake, this section is going to provide the conditions to avoid the fake invoicing. Section 38 fake, फेक इनवॉइसिंग को रिड्यूस करने के लिए कंडीशन. सेक्शन 38 फेक, दिस सेक्शन इज गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड यू द conditions to avoid the fake invoicing under GST. They are saying that you need to claim the input tax credit from GSTR 2B only, but if any counterparty has not filed the return, paid the taxes, then you will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit whether it is reflected in your 2B or not. If the taxpayer is newly registered, that means your supplier is newly registered and the input is reflected in your 2B, then also you will not be eligible to claim the input tax credit because they want to reduce the fake invoicing. So section 38 fake, conditions to avoid the fake input tax credit. Section 39. Section 39, just link the word 39. Payment defined. Section 39, payment defined. And as we all know, under GST, when we are filing the GSTR 3B return, then only we are paying the taxes to the government. When we are filing the GSTR 3B return, then only we are paying the taxes to the government. Through GSTR 1 return, we are not paying a single rupee to the government. Through GSTR 3B return, we are filing the or paying the taxes to the government. So section 39, payment defined, and payment is always through the GSTR 3B return. So this section is related to GSTR 3B return. Whenever there will be any deficiency in 3B, whenever there will be any wrong reversal of input tax credit on account of GSTR 3B, wrong claim of input tax credit, wrong putting the data in GSTR 3B, the notice will be issued under section number 39, and we need to provide our reply with reference to section 39 only. Section 39, payment defined, and payment is only based on GSTR 3B. So this is my section related to GSTR 3B, section 39. Next section. Section 40. Section 40. Just try to understand, sir. Section 40. Suppose, just take one example. Suppose on 20th of April 2024, I am liable to take the GST registration. My turnover has crossed the limit of 20 lakh rupees. Okay. Now I had applied for the GST registration on 24th of April. मैंने 24th of April को GST registration apply कर दिया. 20th April is my liability date. 24th को I had applied for the GST registration. I had applied for the GST registration on 24th. And government is has allotted me the GST registration on 15th of May. From 20th of April, that means 24th of April till 15th of April, I had made certain sales based on ARN. Okay. But during that period, the registration has not been approved, but I had made the sales. So whenever I will file my first return, I need to disclose that particular type of sales which I had made from the 25th of April till the 15th of April. Am I right? I need to disclose the sales in my first return. So just try to link this word 40, just try to link this digit 40, 4040. Actual your registration or your sales during that period is 4, but you reported only 0 during that period. From the date of liability till the date of grant of registration, your sales was 4, but you have reported 0. Then you can report it in your first return. Then you can report it in your first return. So section number 40 is related to first return. कैसे याद रखेंगे? The memory techniques is section number 40, 4. My actual sales was 4 during that period, but I had reported only 0. So this is related to my first return. I can report it in my first return. Section 44 is my sales during that particular period, but I had reported only 0. Then I can report it in my first return. So this section is related to first return under GST. Okay. Now we'll also discuss certain 5 to 7 sections more. Then after we will recap for the sections from 1 till 50. 1 to 50 we'll discuss in a bunch. Yes, we'll repeat. Sir, section number 40. Section number 40. Suppose I had applied for the GST registration on 20th of April. GST registration has been granted on 15th of May. From 20th of April till 15th of May, I had made certain sales. But as I was not registered during that period, so I have not reported the same. When I will file my first return, at that time I have to disclose that particular type of sales, because when I will report the same, the counterparty will get the input tax credit. Otherwise, they will not get the input tax credit. For that purpose, we have created the techniques that suppose the sales during that period was 4, but we have reported only 0 on GST and common portal because the GST was not granted. So whenever I will file my first return, at that time, whenever I will file my first return, at that time, I need to show that particular type of sales. So this section number 40 is related to first return under GST. I hope clear for everyone. Section 41 ITC claim done. Section 41 ITC claim done. Sir, in our chart book, we have also provided one comprehensive chart for all the sections. In 3 pages, we have provided the chart for all the sections. So you can refer that 3 pages always, although, and in 3 pages, we have also created the segments. This is related to input tax credit. This is related to appeal. This is related to advance ruling. Okay, so it will be also easy for you to understand the things. Section 41 input tax credit claim done. Section 41 ITC claim done. So this section is related to claim of input tax credit. This section is related to claim of input tax credit. This section is related to claim of input tax credit. Section 41 ITC claim done. Section 41 ITC claim done. So this section is related to claim of input tax credit. This section is saying whenever you will file the GSTR 3B return, you can claim the input tax credit based on the data which has been reflected in GSTR 2B and after fulfilling all the conditions of section 16. So this section is related to ITC claim done. Sir, when you will bought that particular book, you will found that pages in that book as well. Section 41 ITC claim done. Section 41 ITC claim done. Section 42, 43 is now not there. Okay, government has removed the section number 42, 43 because earlier they have come up with the concept of GSTR 1, GSTR 2, GSTR 3. Now this concept is not there. Hence, government has removed these sections, section number 42 and 43. Section 41 ITC claim done. Section 44, just look on the number 4444. 4444. Sir, when we are filing the annual return, as the last date was 31st December for 2023-24 and we all have filed the GSTR 9 return. The basic purpose of GSTR 9 return, the basic purpose of GSTR 9 return is to reconcile Sir Hemanji, already the link has already been shared in this group to in this chat box to buy that particular book. Although at the end of the session, you can connect on this number or you will get the link. Okay, and if you will check the chat of this Zoom, in that case you will found the link. Okay. Now we'll discuss on the book at the end of the session. Section 44, sir. In our annual return, when we are filing the annual return, the purpose of the annual return to reconcile the books with the GST records. The purpose is to reconcile, the purpose is to file the annual return is to reconcile the books and GST data. Merely we are doing while filing we are annual return, we are just going to comparing our books data, book sales, books purchase with the GST record sales and purchase. That means the purpose is to equalize the sales and purchase of books and the sales and purchase of the GST records. And here 4 is my books, here second 4 is my GST. So the purpose is to equalize the same. 4 is equal to 4 books is equal to GST records when in case of annual return. So this section number 44 is related to annual returns under GST. Section 44, 4 is my books, another 4 is my GST return, and I need to equalize both the things that is related to annual return under GST, because in annual return we are going to equalize the things that is books sales and the GST sales and purchase. Okay, section 44 related to annual return. Section 45, 45, 45, just try to add 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is 10. And under GST, GSTR 10 is related to final return. GSTR 10 is related to final return. So this section number 45 is related to final return after cancellation of registration. After the order of the cancellation registration, the taxpayer should file the final return on GST records. So section number 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side, that is final return under GST. So section 45, section 44, equalize the books with the GST records, annual return. Section 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Just add 1 from my side. And number 10, GSTR 10 is related to final return under GST. So this is my final return, section 45. If there will be any notice on account of filing of final return, the same will be issued under section number 45 only. Section 46. Sir, as in our earlier discussion, we have make a note that for this memory techniques will deem that for filing the GSTR 1 return, the due date is 10th of the subsequent month. Am I right? We have decided this, okay, for the memory techniques, and we have created the memory technique for 37. 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. So related to outward supply. Now, section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. And if you will not file the return by 10th, that is GSTR 1, then departmental authority may issue you the notice. So this section 46 is related to notice on account of delay in filing the return. Notice on account of delay in filing of return. Section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. And as we all know, 10 is the due date to file the GSTR 1 return. And if the taxpayer is not supposed to file the return by 10th, in that case, departmental authority can issue the notice on account of delay. Whenever there will be a delay in filing the returns, we'll get one notice. हम लोग उस notice को check नहीं करते because we know that this notice has been issued by the departmental authority due to delay in return filing. But if you'll open that particular notice and you will check that notice has been issued under section 46 only. Now onwards, whenever you will check section 46, directly come up in your mind that sir, we have filed the return delayed, hence this notice has been issued, and definitely the same is issued under section number 46 because 4 plus 6 is equal to 10 and we have not filed the return on time, so delay notice has been issued. Section 47. Four plus 7 is equal to 11. As the due date to file the GSTR 1 return is 10th. But if you will file the return on 11th, then late fees will be there. So section 47 is related to late fees. Section 4 plus 7, 47. 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. The due date to file the GSTR 1 return is 10th. But if you will file on 11, then late fees will be there. So this section is specifically related to late fees on account of delay in filing the GSTR 1 return. Section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. So this section is related to notice on account of delay in filing the return. But if you will file the return on 11th, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11, then late fees will be there. Sir Naveen ji, we have already clarified in the beginning of our discussion that for memory techniques, we are deeming that the due date to file the GSTR 1 return is 10th only, because earlier the date was 10th. So for memory techniques, we have decided that the due date to file the GSTR 1 return is 10th. Okay. So if you will file the return on 11th, then late fees will be there. So section 47 is related to late fees on account of delay in filing. Is that okay, Mr. Naveen? Section 48 is not relevant for us, so we are not going to discuss the same, because this section is related to GST practitioners. There is no any relevance with the law part, so we are not supposed to discuss the same. Mr. Naveen, your doubt is clear regarding 10th and 11th? Whenever you will ask any question in the chat box, just once again reply in the chat box, so that it will be a confirmation for me that yes, you have gained that concept. Yes, due date is 11. Yes, definitely due date is 11. For memory technique, we have decided that the due date is 10, and 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. And if you will not file the return by due date, in that case late fees will be there. So this section number 47 is related to late fees. Okay, section 47 is related to late fees. Section 46 is related to notice on account of delay in filing of return. Section 49, just try to link this word 49. Payment mechanism defined. This section number 49, payment mechanism defined. This section 49, payment mechanism defined. This section is going to define the mechanism of payment. This section is going to define the mechanism of payment. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. This section is going to define the payment mechanism. That means this section is going to provide you the mechanism. This section is going to provide you the mechanism that, sir, you need to pay the taxes through credit ledger, through cash ledger. If your sales exceed for a particular month 50 lakh, in that case 1% of the total tax liability you need to deposit with the cash. So all these type of payment mechanism, they are also going to provide you that if there will be any liability on account of IGST, then first set off with the IGST credit, then CGST, then SGST. If there will be any liability on account of CGST, then first credit with IGST, then after C, then after S, and SGST first credit with IGST, then after SGST, then after CGST से हो नहीं सकता. I request those who have created the blue lines, please remove it, because the same has not been created from my side. So I request those who have created the blue lines, please remove it. I am not in situation to remove, because earlier the access was given, now the access has been removed. So some participants has created the lines. So section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. So this section is related to mechanism of payment. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 50. Just look on the number 50, 5050. Just think, you need to make the payment of GST for 5 rupees, but you have made only 0. Taxpayer has to make the payment of GST for 5 rupees, but taxpayer has already only made the payment of 0. That means taxpayer has nothing made the payment. In such a scenario, whenever taxpayer is going to pay, that person has to pay with interest. Suppose the liability was for 5, the taxpayer has paid only 0. That means nothing. In that case, whenever the taxpayer will make the payment, then taxpayer has to make the payment with the interest. So this section number 50 is related to interest under GST. Whenever you will look on the section number 50, just keep in your mind liability was for 5, paid 0. Then whenever we'll make the payment should be with interest, and the rate of interest is 18% under GST. For non-fraud cases, if there will be any fraud, then GST will be, interest will be 24%. So section 50, 5 is tax liability, paid only 0. So payment of interest. Just try to recall all these 50 sections. Section number 1. Number 1 is the commencement of counting, and under GST, section number 1 is related to commencement of GST short and extent and title. Section number 3. Number 3 is indication of something bad. So the officer who is going to correct the bad things, that means officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment. So appointment of officers. Section number 5, very high, that means powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix. Section number 7, S47, S for supply. Supply includes. Section number 8, number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, number 10 includes zero, that means zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit composition scheme. Section number 11, E for 11, E for exemption. Section number 12 is related to time of supply, because number 12 is an indication of time. 13 and 14 is also related to time of supply. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fix. सेक्शन नंबर 16, 16 आने सच आईटीसी मिलेगी फटाफट. सेक्शन नंबर 17, डेंजर जोन, दैट इज रेस्ट्रिक्शन ऑन द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. सेक्शन नंबर 18, मेकिंग हैप्पी. सेक्शन नंबर 19, वर्क डन बाय अदर्स on a lower side, lower efficiency, that is work done by others, job worker. Section number 20, distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor, and if there will be any reversal required, that through section 21. Section 22, 20, that is 20 to take the GST registration. So this section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section 23, free, that means no need to take the GST registration in case of agriculturalist or in case of exclusively dealing in the exempted products. Section 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section 25, registration procedure defined. Section 26, registration fix. Section 27, casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person, that means section 27 taking favor. Section 28, grade, providing the opportunity for amendments. Section 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. Section 30 is not very dirty, that means revocation of registration. Section 31, invoicing done, invoicing under GST. Section 32, to collection of taxes, that is unauthorized collection of taxes. Section 33, mandatory, the fields which is mandatory on the invoices. Section 34, 3, reduction, 4, enhancement, that is credit and debit note. Section 35, justify, records are justify. Section 36, 6-year, retain the documentation, so retention of the documentation. Section 37, assume the due date to file the GSTR1 return is 10th. So 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 is the due date to file the GSTR1 return. GSTR1 return is related to outward supply. So section 37 is related to outward supply under GST. Section 38, fake, that means conditions to remove the fake invoicing. Section 39, payment defined, that is GSTR3B return. Section 40, 4 was my sales, I have reported only 0, so report it while filing the first return. Section 40 is related to first return under GST. Section 41, ITC claim done. Section 42, 43 removed. Section 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, both are equalized in case of filing the annual return. So section 44 is related to annual return. Section 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, add 1 my side, that is GSTR 10 is related to final return. Section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. If you will not file the GSTR1 return by 10, then notice can be issued by the departmental authority. Section 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. If you will file your return by 11, then late fees will also be applicable. Section 48, not so relevant. Section 49, payment mechanism defined, how you need to make the payment, through cash ledger, through credit ledger. Section 50, liability was for 5, you have paid 0, then interest will be applicable. So section 50 is related to applicability of interest under GST. So just confirm me once all the 50 sections are okay for everyone. Your valuable feedback for the first 50 sections. Now we'll start our discussion on the remaining section, section number 51. But we have a break for 15 minutes. Can we take a break for 15 minutes? Now, if anyone wants to buy the book, sir, Ram Gopal sir, I also need to take one break for 10 minutes because 215 minutes has already done. I thank you for your excitement, but we'll definitely start by 12:30. Definitely we'll start by 12:30. So be online. Don't leave the session. You can also take a break for 15 minutes. Go for take the tea or coffee, whatever will be the section number 16. 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. And if you require the book, in that case, just text on this number. My team member will. I just want your excitement. Okay. So you can place the order on the website now. I will share with you the link to buy the book. I request everyone, those who want to buy the book, you can buy the book. I am sharing the link, and I request everyone, if you are a professional, if you want to learn GST in a very unique way, then once buy this book on my suggestion. This will be a great investment from your side, because we are providing it on cost only for today only. So you can place the order by today itself now. Don't wait. It's my suggestion, because I have authored this book, so I can proudly say that we have tried to cover each and everything which is relevant to learn the GST in a specific way. So on YouTube also I have shared the link. On Zoom also I have shared the link. So if you want to buy, you can place the order. Sir, please text on this number if you want. If you want, sir, link I have shared. And if you want the direct link on your mobile number, then I have shared one WhatsApp number. Just text on that WhatsApp number, so you can place the link. I have given the number. 1499 is the price for today only. Okay. From tomorrow onwards, the price will be 2099. The dispatch will start from 25th of January. Okay. So thank you everyone. We'll start our discussion on the section number 51 very soon, sharp at 12:30. So I require everyone should be there. Don't link. Sir, I request don't share your number in the WhatsApp group. I just request everyone, please, your comment, or you want the link, in that case you can comment in that WhatsApp number I have already shared, so my team member will share with you the link. Okay. So thank you everyone. We'll start the session by sharp 12:30. Be there. Section 51, very interesting memory technique is there, so be there for your suggestions and for the learning of remaining sections. Tab tak you can place the order for this book. We have for this discounted price. So if you want to buy this book, then buy for on a discounted price. With this book you will get one recorded video of 10 hours, around 10 hours, and in that 10 hour we have covered the complete CGST Act with the CGST and IGST help Act with the help of memory techniques, with the help of this book only, so you can easily understand the same. So make this investment on this Sunday for your knowledge. Thank you. We'll meet sharp at 12:30. So, yes, hello everyone. My voice is audible. In last half an hour, we have received around 75 orders for the book. I have just received the details from my technical team, but I'm sorry, there was one mistake by my team. Okay, actually, with this course, we are providing one video course as well. So they have selected the topic as video course, hence GST has already been applicable on that. But stay assured, those who have placed the order, the amount will be refunded. And now onwards, if anyone is going to make the payment, then only 1499 will be the payment required. If you had paid the GST, no issue, you will receive back the amount within 3 days. Okay, the GST amount will be refunded to your bank account. Okay, this is an assurance from our side, not an issue. This is just a technical issue. We have just um, I have just provided to my team that we are providing the video course as well, so they have placed the GST on that as well, although no GST is applicable on the printed books. Okay, so stay assured, and thank you everyone for your love and support that we have received in just we have received the amount in just, you can say, half an hour. We have received around 75 orders, and just now 25 orders are pending for this 1499. Yes, if you want to make the payment through GPay, then you can pay. I have shared the GPay number 7742790507, Abhishek. So you can make the GPay on this as well, and you just need to share the screenshot on the number. Okay, you just need to send the screenshot on the number, so that we'll record the same on our website. This is a printed book. You will get the printed book at your postal address. With this book, you will got the recorded videos around 10 hours for the complete explanation of this book, and you will also get the short video on the description of the memory techniques. Okay, number I have already shared, sir. Now I just want to start my discussion. Okay, so if you want anything, you just need to message on that number, but this number is especially for the G payment or Google payment or the phone pay, whatever you want. You can make the payment through this number. Okay, so let's start our discussion on the ultimate memory techniques, and we'll take the section number 51. Sir, for GPay, last time I'm talking for this book. Okay, if you want to GPay, then the number is 7742790507. Abhishek. See the name, and you can make the GPay as well, so that the amount has been credited to our bank account, and the you will get the book as well. Now, section number 1 till section number 50, we have covered all the sections. Now, section number 51. Section 51. Section 51, you can say 51. If you look on the number 51, 51 is a sagun. We can say this is a very good number, or this is a sagun. Section 51 is look like a shagun. I suppose South peoples are also understanding the term shagun. Okay. Section 51, number 51 is look like a shagun. Whenever we need to give something to someone, then we are giving 51. Okay, that is sagun. 251, 551, 1051, that is shagun. So this amount reflects the shagun 51. Okay, so whenever we are receiving something from the government, whether it is a governmental agency, governmental entity, governmental authority, that will also not less than sagun. Whenever we are receiving something from the governmental entity, agency, authority, that will also not less than shagun. So this section number 51 is related to amount received from the government, and when we'll receive the amount from the government, at that time they will deduct the TDS. Okay. Abhishek Oja, yes, name is Abhishek Oja, correct. Sir, you can make the payment post session as well. Don't disturb in between the session, I request. Number is 7742790507. GPay, phone pay, everything is accepted on this number, Abhishek Oja. Then please now we'll start our discussion. Okay. because I just want to check the chat box, because I suppose there is certain questions. Okay, so section 51, that is number of shagun. So if we'll receive something from government, that will not be less than shagun. So this section number 51 is, whenever we'll receive something from governmental agency, governmental entity, governmental authority in excess of 2,50,000 rupees, in that case they will deduct the TDS. So this section is related to TDS deduction. This section is related to TDS deduction. Section 51, number 51 is not less than shagun. I request those who have created these blue marks, please remove it. Okay. From next time onwards, in beginning of the session, we'll remove or will block these type of things. Okay. So section 51, number 51 is a indication of shagun. So whenever we'll receive something from the government, that will also not be less than the shagun. So whenever we'll receive the amount from the government is going to deduct the TDS if the contract value will exceed 2,50,000 rupees. So this section number 51 is related to TDS deduction. So whenever you will look this 51, just one thing, one imagination should be there in your mind. Section 51, that is shagun. The shagun, whenever we'll receive something from the government, will also not less than shagun. So this section is related to TDS deduction. Section 52, just link this word 52. Just link this word 52, TCS collection due. TCS collection due. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 52, TCS collection due. This section is related to collection of TCS. Whenever there will be a supply through the e-commerce operator, in such a scenario, that e-commerce operator is going to collect the TCS, that is tax collected at source. Section 52, TCS collection. Section 52, TCS collection due. So this section is related to collection of the TCS. Section 51, shagun, amount received from the governmental entity, agency, authority, not less than shagun. So TDS deduction. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53. Before moving to the memory technique, I just want to share with you one mechanism related to transfer of input tax credit. Okay. Suppose there is one liability under IGST head. IGST का liability है. There is a liability under IGST head. Liability under IGST head. And credit is available under CGST. There is a liability under IGST head and credit is available under CGST. Okay. So when the taxpayer is using the CGST credit for setting of the IGST liability, in such a scenario, government has also transferred certain amount. Okay. So in section number 53, section number 53, just try this 5 is your IGST, that is higher side, and CGST is lower side. That means transfer of input tax credit. Whenever you are going to utilize central GST for the payment of interstate GST, then there will be a transfer of input tax credit, because whenever amount has been transferred to central, the same should be transferred to state as well in case of set of the liabilities, in case of IGST related liabilities. Okay, so this section number 53, 5 and 3. 5 is your IGST, C is your CGST. So this section is related to transfer of input tax credit. Section number 53, transfer of input tax credit. Section 51, shagun. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is IGST, 3 is CGST. So transfer of input tax credit. Section number 53. Section 54. Just link this word 54. Recently, we have conducted one batch of this memory techniques, okay, for a specific group, okay. In that case, when we are concluding the session, at that time, I have demanded the feedback of each and every participant, okay. So I have received multiple feedbacks, but one feedback was very unique, and that was related to this section number 54. The memory technique for this section 54 is dil mange more. Section 54, dil mange more, that is refund. Whenever taxpayer is going to apply for the refund, our target is to get the maximum refund. Section 54, dil mange more. And at the end of that particular session, one participant has provided the feedback in one line. That means, sir, dil mange more. Section 54, dil mange more, that is refund. Section 54, dil mange more. Sir, this is English only. Dil mange more. One line is okay. Section 16 and section 54. Dil mange more. This is a famous song as well. So section 54, dil mange more. Section 54, dil mange more. That means whenever I am going to apply for the refund under GST, I am expecting much more amount. Okay. So this section is related to refunds under GST. Section 54, dil mange more, that is refunds under GST. And this section is saying, section 54 is saying that if there will be a scenario, in that case, the rate of GST applicable on the outward supply is lower than the rate of GST which is applicable on the input tax credit. In such a scenario, there will be accumulation of credit balance in electronic credit ledger. You can file application for the refund. Second scenario, they have mentioned that if suppose the taxpayer is dealing in the export and that export is without payment of tax, export is without payment of tax, in that case also there will be accumulation of input tax credit. So there will be a requirement of refund. So these are the two probable scenario. In that case, the taxpayer can go for the refund. So section 54, dil mange more, that is related to refund under GST. Section 55. Section 55, double five, double five, 5555, that is something special. Section 5555, that is something special. So this section is related to refund in case of specialized agency. This section is related to refund in case of specialized agencies or multilateral financial organization. So section 555555 means something special. So this section is related to refund in case of specialized agency. If there will be any supply made by the specialized agency, they will also be eligible for the refund for their input tax credit which is accumulated in their electronic credit ledger. Okay. Section 55, something special, 55 specialized agencies. Section 56, just look on this number 56, 5 and 6. You were eligible to get the refund on 5th. You were eligible to get the refund on 5th, but government has given you the refund on 6th. That means there is a delay in refund providing at the end of government, then government will pay you the refund with interest. So this section number 56 is related to delay on account of payment of refund by the government. Delay on account of payment of refund by the government. You were eligible to get the refund on 5th, but government has made the payment on 6th. That means there is a delay. Whenever there will be a delay, interest will be there and the rate of interest will be basically 6%. But if the refund is due on account of any judgment, decree or order, then the rate of interest will be 9%. So section 56 memory techniques is refund was due on 5th, but government has paid on 6th. In that case, definitely interest will be there. So section 56, interest. Section 57. Section 57 and 58 is not so relevant from practical perspective. Okay. And this will not be usable in your practical filing of return, practical filing of refunds, in your litigations, in your demand. This is not relevant. But we just need to have the idea that this section is related to which specific point. Hence, we are covering this. Section 57, just link this word 57. Section 57, consumers haven. Section 57 is for consumers haven because this section is saying whenever a taxpayer is going to file the refund application, at that time the amount should be transferred to the consumer welfare fund. So this section Section 57, consumers heaven. This section is related to consumer welfare fund. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, fund set. Section 58, fund set. Section 58, consumers welfare fund set. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. So this section is talking about the consumer welfare fund, how the amount is to be transferred in the consumer welfare fund. Section 57 is just going to provide you the definition of consumer welfare fund. This section is providing how the amount is transferring to the consumer welfare fund. वहां से from that consumer welfare fund, how the amount is to transfer to the investor protection fund, how the interest will be accumulated on that. So this section is saying about the fund settings. Okay, so section 57, consumers heaven. Section 57, section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, fund set. Consumers, section 58, fund set. So this is related to consumer welfare fund. Section 58, fund set. Section 59, next section. Section 59, most important. Now, from section 59 till section 65, we have a specific segment of audit and assessment. Okay, so be careful, look on the screen only. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 59, assessment defined. This section is talking about the self assessment. Section 59, assessment defined, that when I am filing the GSTR 3B return, or I have opted for the composition scheme, so when I am filing the CMP 08 return, when I am filing the TDS TCS deduction return, when I am filing the input service distributor return, at that time, sir, I am declaring my outward supply, I am declaring my input tax credit on my self assessment basis, on my self assessment basis. So we can say this section number 59 is related to assessment defined. This section is related to definition or assessment. So this section is related to self assessment. Section 60. Just link this word 60 with departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 60, departmental victory. How? Sir, suppose in a particular situation, the taxpayer is not eligible to decide the value and rate of a specific supply. For that purpose, that taxpayer is going to approach to the departmental authority that, sir, I am not able to decide the rate and value of this specific supply. Can you please decide? At that time, departmental authority will say that, Mr. Taxpayer, you are giving us a very limited amount of time. So first we'll decide the provisional liability, then after we'll decide the final liability. First we'll decide the provisional liability. You just need to make the payment of taxes on account of your provisional liability. Then after we'll go for your final liability. That will be called as provisional assessment. And in such a scenario, the taxpayer has to file the application before the departmental authority for the determination of rate and value. So this will be a victory for the department. So section 60, departmental victory, that is provisional assessment. एक बार रिकैप करते हैं लास्ट 10 सेक्शंस का. सेक्शन 51 is look like a shagun, and when government is going to make some payment to us, that will not be less than shagun. So the amount paid by the government, TDS, is required. So section 51 is related to TDS deduction. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is my IGST, 3 is my CGST. Whenever there will be a transfer of input tax credit, that will be through section 53. In that case, you just need to fix a imagine in your mind 5 and 3. 5 is I, C is S. So automatically transfer of input tax credit will be there in your brain. Section 54, dil mange, that is refunds. Section 55, double five, something special, refund in case of specialized agencies. Section 56, refund was due on 5, but government has paid on 6, then interest will be there. So section 56 is related to interest. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 59, assessment defined, that is self-assessment. Section 60, departmental victory, that is provisional assessment. I hope my speed is also okay for everyone. Last 10 sections are okay for everyone. Just confirm me once in the chat box. Section 61. Section 61. S for 60. S for 60 or S for scrutiny. S for 60, S for scrutiny. So this section number 61 is related to scrutiny of returns. Now, there may be chances of one confusion in mind that, sir, you have told that section 7, S for 7, S for supply. Now you are saying section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. Then there may be confusion in our mind. So, sir, you just need to link these things with the segments. As our section number 59 to 65 is related to audit and assessment, and in that case, when I am talking from 61 perspective, in that case, the same will be related to scrutiny only. So segments you need to create in your mind. Okay. Certain efforts you need to make, other I will handle. Okay. So section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. So this section is related to scrutiny of returns. And if you will check the GSTN common portal, in that case, on that GSTN common portal under user services, additional tabs, there may be chances of multiple notices on account of scrutiny of returns you will found. And scrutiny of returns will always be based on parawise. That will not be based on complete year. Okay. Departmental authority can only ask for certain documents for which the para has been raised. Scrutiny notice should be issued in form ASMT 10. We need to provide the response in 30 days in ASMT 11, and they will pass the order in form GST ASMT 12. That is what is the proceedings. But the memory techniques to recall this section, section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. Section 62, 62. Just link the word section 62, 62, return not filed by you. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 62, return not filed by you. So this section is related to assessment of non-return filers. Section 62, return not filed by you. That means assessment of non-return filers. If a taxpayer is not going to file the return, and if the departmental authority has idea based on the external information that this person has made this specific amount of sales, in that case, departmental authority can assess your liability, provide you the order that Mr. Sachin, during this month, you have made this specific amount of sales. So we are demanding this amount as your liability. So section 62, section 62, return not filed by you. So this section is related to assessment of non-return filers. Section 63, not registry. Section 63, not registry. Section 63, not registry. That means assessment of unregistered person. Section 63, not registry, that is assessment of unregistered person. The memory techniques is section 63, not registry, that means assessment of unregistered person. Suppose Mr. Sachin has not taken the GST registration. Okay, in that case, you found, departmental authority has found that Mr. Sachin is making a huge amount of sales. He's taking a lot of seminar sessions, he's selling the books, or he's taking the sessions, he's getting a good amount. So the turnover as per the data available with us should be 40 lakh rupees. But Mr. Sachin has not taken the registration. So they will assess my liability. They will provide one notice to me that Mr. Sachin, on the basis of best data available with us, we have determined this liability accordingly. So that will be assessment of unregistered person. Section 63, not registry. I'm trying to provide the crux of the sections as well so that you can easily interlink the things. Okay. Section 64. Section 64. Section 64, liability is more. Liability is more. Section 64, liability is more. That is summary assessment. Suppose I am registered under GST. I am filing my return on regular basis. During financial year 2023-24, I have declared a turnover of 60 lakh rupees. What departmental authority has found from the external sources that during this specific year, Mr. Sachin has taken the training classes on daily basis. As per the external information from the expenditure booked by multiple companies on account of corporate trainings, we found that Mr. Sachin has collected 80 lakh rupees, but he has paid only 60 lakh rupees. So he has paid the liability of 60 lakh only, but as per our opinion, liability is more. And if we're not going to assess the liability of Mr. Sachin correctly, in that case, there may be chances of loss of revenue to the government. Sir, for the sections, I am also going to use certain words. These are very important. Loss of revenue to the government. So why not will decide the liability of Mr. Sachin? Then they will provide me a notice that Mr. Sachin, as per the data available with us, your turnover for this particular financial is 80 lakh, but you have paid only 60 lakh. So we are supposed to decide your liability accordingly. I need to provide the response. If departmental authority will satisfy, then they will drop the proceedings. If not, then the proceedings will be initiated. This is my section number 64. Liability is more. The liability declared by the taxpayer and the liability has been determined by the tax officer. If there will be any variation, then this type of assessment will be there. Section 64, liability is more. Section 65, most popular section. Section 65, audit defined. Section 65, audit defined. Section 65, audit defined. This section is related to business audit or departmental audit. Commissioner or any person who is authorized from the commissioner can issue the notice for the business audit or departmental audit. Minimum 15 days notice is required. And in case of business audit or departmental audit, they can ask any document for the relevant financial year. Section 65, audit defined. So this section is related to departmental audit or business audit. Section 66, double six, again special. Section 66, double six, again special. Section 55, double five, special, specialized agencies. Section 66, double six, special, that is special audit. That is special audit. And special audit can be conducted by chartered accountant or cost management accountant as not below the rank of assistant commissioner. Is in view that due to the nature of transaction, due to complexity of transactions, we are not able to determine this specific case, then we may go for the special audit. Special audit can be done by chartered accountant or cost management accountant. Section 66, double six, that is something special. So this section is related to special audit by the chartered accountant or by the cost management accountant. Section 66, double six, special, special audit. Section 67. Oh. Section 67. Try to look on the number 67. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. There is one perception in the market that number 13 is something bad. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13, and one perception in the market that number 13 is something bad. We are saying number 3 is bad, number 13 is something bad. So section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. There is one perception in the market that number 13 is something bad. That is, under GST, inspection is also bad. No taxpayer wants that inspection should be there in the business premises of that person. So this section number 67 is related to inspection. Whenever the departmental authority will come for the inspection, they will issue the notice under section number 67. Inspection, search and seizure will always be covered under section number 67. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. So 13 is an indication of something bad. So this section is related to inspection. This section is related to inspection under GST. Section 67. Memory techniques is 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is an indication of something bad. Inspection is also bad because no taxpayer wants for the inspection. So this section is related to inspection under GST. Section 68. Wait. Section 68. Wait. Just link this word 8 with wait. Section 68. Wait. That is wait during the movement. Why? Because the government is going to do the inspection during the movement. So this section is related to inspection during movement. Section 68. Wait. Why wait? Because government wants the inspection during the movements. So they are going to detain your goods, they are going to detain your vehicle, transportation vehicle for the inspection. So this section number 68, wait during the moments for inspection. So inspection during the moment. Section 68, wait during the moments for inspection. So this section is related to inspection during the moments. Section 69. Sir, just try to look on the number 6 and 9. Number 9 is just opposite of 6. Number 9 is just opposite of 6. Am I right? 6 just opposite है 9. Okay. So whenever departmental authority will ask something to the taxpayer that you have paid this tax to the government, वो बोलेगा yes. You have claimed this input tax credit with reference to section 16 subsection 2, yes. But whenever there will be a question of arrest, whenever the police will come and saying that I will arrest you if you will use any lie words, in that case you have claimed the input tax credit wrongly, yes. तो उसके स्टेटमेंट चेंज हो जाएंगे. Whenever there will be a change in the opinion or change of the statements by the taxpayer, that will be a scenario of arrest, you can say. So section number 69 is related to arrest. 6 is just opposite of 9. So this situation is related to arrest. Is that okay? Sir, memory technique is okay for 69. Whenever departmental authority will come for the arrest, the section number 69 will be there. Whenever departmental authority is going to issue the notice to the police department that you should arrest someone, in that case the notice will be issued under section number 69 only. 6 is just opposite. जो पहले statement दिया है, that will be completely changed at the time of arrest. So this section is related to arrest. Section number 70, again S for 70 or S for summon. So this section is related to summon under GST. The departmental authority has power to issue the summon to the taxpayer. If they have any idea, or if the view of the departmental authority that there is certain fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in that case they may go for the summon, they may demand the information, they may want the presence of the taxpayer. In case of summon, the taxpayer has to present. So section 70, S for 70, S for summon. Just recap last 20 sections. Section number 51. 51 is a shagun, that is, if the government is going to pay something, that will also not less than shagun. So the amount paid by the government and TDS deduction will be there. So section 51 is related to deduction of TDS. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is IGST, 3 is CGST, transfer of input tax credit. Section 54, dil mange more. Section 55, double 5, special refund in case of specialized agencies. Section 56, refund was due on 5th but paid on 6th, then there will be a question of interest. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 59, assessment defined, that is self assessment. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61, S for 60, S for scrutiny. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 63, not registry, that means assessment of unregistered person. Section 64, liability is more, summary assessment. Section 65, audit defined. Section 66, Double six, that is special audit. Section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is an indication of something bad. Inspection is also bad. Section 68, wait during the moments for inspection. Section 69, 6, 9, completely opposite, that is arrest. Section 70, S for 70, S for summon. Sir, dil mange more means, suppose you are giving me one piece of sweet. Okay, one, you are giving me one piece of sweets. Okay, you have given me one that piece of sweets and I have eat that particular sweet. After that, as per my heart, as per my dil, I am asking for, I want for one more piece. That is called as dil mange more. You have given me only one piece, I want one more piece. The same will be applicable on refund. If you will file a refund of 5 lakh rupees application, in that case you want that, sir, I also want to file more refund application for 2 lakh. Okay, so this section number 54, dil mange more, is that okay? I suppose the section 54, dil mange more, is okay for everyone, for my south friends as well. Thank you, Ram Gopal sir, for your response in the chat box, for your valuable feedback, because your feedback plays a very important role for me. And without asking, if you are providing the feedbacks, then really it's a great moment for me. Okay. Although we have conducted 2 physical sessions in near future, we have already booked 1 session in February month for this memory techniques. For March, for April, we are also receiving the requests for the physical session on these memory techniques. If you want this physical session at your location for your professional friends, then also we are ready for that opportunity. Okay, so thank you everyone for your feedback, really. Rajendran sir, the definition of dil mange more is okay for you, the example is okay for you. Sweets piece, I require one more. Thank you sir. Section 71, just link this word 71, come. Section 71, come. Section 71, come. That means departmental authority has power to physically verify the premises. Departmental authority has power to physically verify the premises. Section 71, come. That means departmental authority has power to physically inspect the premises. वो आपके physical premises पे आ सकते हैं. They can come to your physical premises. Section 71, come. That means physical presence at your office. Section 7, Section 72, Section 72, Section 72, 2. That means the GST authorities can help of other officers too. If the GST officers require, then they may take the help of other officers too. Section 62, they can take the help of other officers too. Suppose during the audit proceedings, during the inspection proceedings, if they require the help of police, if they require the help of railway, if they require the help of custom authority, they can take the same. So section 72, they can help the, they can help the, they can take the help of others too. Section 72, they can take the help of others too. I suppose now my voice is okay, no breaks are there. Section 72, 2, they can take the help of others too. Section 71, come. Section 71, come in and visit the premises. Section 71, come and visit the premises. So this section is related to physical visit of the premises. Section 72, take the help of officers too. Section 71, 72, okay. I suppose section 71, 72 is okay for everyone. Section 73. Section 73. Sir, one information, or I want to ask one question, that our institute, that I am a chartered accountant, the Institute of Chartered Accountancy of India is going to organize World Forum of Accountants 31st, 1st of February and 2nd of February at Delhi. This is also a very great event. Okay. And chartered accountants and others can also join that particular event organized by the ICAI. International speakers are also coming in that particular event. I am also coming in that event as a participant. Okay. So if you are planning to come, then we may meet. Anyone is coming to WOFA, World Forum of Accountants, Delhi, or if you are planning that you may come, we'll meet on 31st of January, 1st of Feb, and 2nd of Feb. ICAI was organizing in the International Convention Center, Yashobhumi. Yes, definitely. If you will come, we'll definitely meet. Yes, if non-CAs are also can join this particular event. Okay, this will be a great event, great opportunity for the networking, for the learning. We can meet with other accountants, other chartered accountants, so they can join. Okay. So just a information, and I am asking if anyone is interested, then we may meet. That is what is the purpose. Section 71, come. Okay, that means visit our premises. Section 72, take the help of officers too. Section 73, just link this word three. Just link this word three, fraud free. Section 73, that is fraud free. Section 73, fraud free. This section is saying whenever there will be a less payment of output tax, less claimed of excess claimed of input tax credit, excess claim of refund, but that excess claim is not due to any fraud, in that case the proceeding will be initiated under section number 73. So section 73, fraud free. Whenever there will be no fraud, no willful misstatement, no suppression of fact, in that case the proceeding will be initiated under section number 73. On account of any demand, on account of scrutiny, assessment, audit, the demand will be raised under section number 73 if no fraud, no willful misstatement, no suppression of fact. Section 73, fraud free. Section 74, section 74. Again, you need to link the word section 74, liability is more. That means if any demand on account of excess claim of input tax credit, less paid of output tax, excess claim of refund is due to any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, in such a scenario, they are going to impose multiple penalties. So your liability will be on a higher side. So section 74, liability is more. Section 74, liability is more. Section 75, journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. In this particular section, they have defined the journal provisions. That means they have given that before passing any order, opportunity of being heard should be provided, adjournment should be provided, maximum adjournment should be for 3 times. If during any proceedings, if there will be any stay by the court, in that case, the period for providing the decision will be excluded from this stay period. So this section is related to the journal provisions. So section 75, journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. Section 75, journal provision defined. Section 76, just look on the number 76. Taxpayer has collected 7 rupees from the customer and paid to the government only 6. Then the same will be covered under section number 76. That means tax collected but not paid to government. Tax collected 7 but paid to government only 6. Then this section number 76 is related to tax collected but not paid to the government. That's the same will be covered under section number 76. Section 77, tax collected 7, paid to the government 7, but tax collected wrongly and paid to the government wrongly. Sir, can you please give me the example? Yes, definitely. Section 77, tax collected wrongly and paid to the government wrongly. That means, suppose on an intra-state supply, the taxpayer has charged IGST and paid the IGST to the government. That means tax collected wrongly as IGST and paid the same to the government. In such a scenario, whenever there will be audit, assessment, scrutiny, that person has to pay again CGST, SGST, and if the time permits, then that person can claim the refund of IGST. The same will be there in section number 77. Okay. Whenever the departmental authority will issue the notice due to interhead adjustment, they will take the reference of section number 77. Now you all will be in a situation, whenever you will found this section number 77, need not to read the matters. You will automatically get that this notice is due to interhead adjustment. So tax collected wrongly, paid wrongly. Section 77, collected wrongly, but not paid to the government. बदमाश है. Section 78, just look on the number 7 and 8. As you have wrongly collected the tax 7, as you have wrongly collected the tax, as you have wrongly collected the tax, sir, PMT 0109 will be applicable only in case you want to transfer the amount from the cash ledger. This will not be applicable in case of credit ledger. Okay. So section 79, section 78, sorry. So as you have wrongly collected the tax 7, okay. So whenever the departmental authority will initiate the recovery, they will also impose the penalty, they will also impose the interest as well. So recovery will always be for 8. You have wrongly collected 7, but whenever government will initiate the recovery, they will demand for the 8, because there will be addition on account of interest and penalty. So section number 78 will be related to recovery. Recovery of tax. So whenever they are going to initiate the recovery, then you have wrongly collected 7, they will demand for 8, because interest and penalty will also be included in that. Section 79. Just look on the number 7 and 9. Yes, you have wrongly collected the tax of 7, and government is demanding the tax, but if you are not paying the same, in that case government is going to initiate the recovery proceedings. Government is going to initiate the recovery proceedings. Or when they are going to initiate the recovery proceedings, they have power to sell your property, that is immobile property. They may take the amount from your creditors. Okay. They may collect the amount from your creditors on behalf of you. So whenever they are going to sell your property, whenever they are going to collect the amounts from your creditors, they will collect certain excess amounts. If you will directly pay, in that case you just need to pay interest and penalty. So section number 78 is related to recovery of tax. But if you are not paying easily, in that case they may sell your property, they may take the amount from your creditors. Then section number 79 is saying recovery of proceedings from the property from the creditors. In that case they will also collect certain excess amount. So the 9 will be there, not 8. So section number 79 is related to recovery proceedings initiate. Section 80. Section 80. Suppose the demand is for 8. Okay. But the taxpayer has no amount. Taxpayer is not able to pay a single rupees. In such a scenario, government can provide an opportunity to pay the amount in installments. Pay the amount in installments. Government can provide the opportunity to pay the amount in installment. Demand is for 8 and taxpayer has no money. Then government can go for installment, that you can pay the amount in installment, but maximum period of installment will be 24 months. Okay, so section number 51, we have covered the TDS deduction. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 53, IGST transfer. Section 54, Dil Mange More. Section 55, 55, specialized agency. Section 56, refund was due on 5, paid on 6, then interest will be there. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61, S for scrutiny, S for 60. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 63, not registry, that means unregistered person. Section 64, liabilities more. Section 65, audit defined. Section 66, double six, special audit. Section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is not good, and inspection is also not good. Section 68, wait, inspection during movement. Section 69, 69, arrest, opposite. Section 70, S470, S47. Section 71, come and visit the premises. Section 72, take the help of other officers too, that is custom, railway, police. Section 73, liability, fraud free. Section 74, liability is more, that means fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. Section 75, journal provision defined. Section 76, collected tax 7, paid to government only 6, that means tax collected but not paid to government. Section 77, tax collected wrongly, paid to the government wrongly. Section 78, whenever there will be a recovery of tax, they will collect 8, that means interest on penalty. So section 78 will be recovery of tax. But if you will not pay directly, then they may recover from your fixed assets, from your immobile property, from your creditors. That means section 79, at that time they will recover something more. So section 79. Section 80, demand is for 8, but you are not able to pay, then pay in installment. So section 80 is related to payment in installment, and 24 months installment will be there. I suppose all the 80 sections, just confirm me once, from section number 1 till section number 80. Everything is okay for everyone. Section 81 now will, without any break, cover next 20 sections. Okay, 81 till 100. Then after, we are going to recap the sections. Then we'll take the further section, section number 101. Section 81. Now, just try to link this section number 81 with section number 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, because these all sections should be learned with reference to each other. Okay, section 76, you have collected the amount but not paid. Section 77, wrongly collected, wrongly paid. Section 78, recovery. Section 79, recovery proceeding initiate. Section 80, no amount, then take from your property. And section 80, installment where you can make the payment. Okay, section 81, if there will be any demand which has been raised by the departmental authority on account of wrong collection, wrong paid. Okay, in such a scenario, after raising that particular demand, if you will transfer any property, in that case the transfer of property will be void. Your transfer of property will be void. If you will transfer any property, in that case your transfer of property will be void. So in case of any demand through this number 1, you just need to keep mind, if you are paying the amount to the government under section 80, you are paying the amount to the government on installments, because you have no amount. Okay, so in that case, the first condition through this number 1, your first condition is that your transfer of property will be void. During that period, you will not be eligible to transfer the property, because if you will transfer the property, then how the government can recover the amount? Okay, so for that purpose, government has created this section, that the transfer of property during the demand season, the transfer of property will be void. First condition. Section 82, that is second condition. Why this property or transfer of property is void? Because your first charge is on property. Your first charge is on property. Section number 80, just link 81, 82, 83 with section number 80. Okay, if you are paying the amount in installments, in that case, first condition, you will not be in situation to transfer your property. Your transfer of property should be void. Second condition, why property of transfer is void? Because this is first charge on your property. And section number 83, that means third condition is saying, if departmental authority is in view that the taxpayer is going to sell the property in future, then they may do one thing, they may provisionally attach your property. They may provisionally attach your property, so that you cannot transfer the property. So in section number 80, we have covered that make the payment in installment. If you are making the payment in installment, then as per section number 81, first condition is that you cannot transfer your property in during the period. If you will transfer the property, that will be void. Second condition, through section number 82, that is first charge is on property, hence you are not able to transfer. And third condition as per section number 83, that if you will transfer, or if will found anything, in that case will provisionally attach your property, then how you can transfer. Section 80, 81, 82, 83 is okay for everyone, because these three sections are simultaneously included. Just confirm me once, all these three sections are okay for everyone. 80, 81, 82, 83. Section 84. Section 84. Just look on the number 8 and 4. Just look on the number 8 and 4. Suppose the demand raised. Suppose the demand raised is for 8, but you have paid only 4. Suppose the demand raise is for 8, but you have paid only 4. In such a scenario, your demand will be continue for the remaining proceedings. So this section is related to continuation of the proceedings. Suppose the demand was for 8, but the taxpayer has paid 4. In that case, the proceedings will be continue for the balance amount. The proceeding will be continue for the balance amount. Section 84, 8 is the original demand. Taxpayer has paid 4. In that case, the proceedings will be continue for the balance 4. Okay. Section 85. Just link this word 85. Liability defined. Section 85 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 liability defined. This section is saying liability in case of transfer of business. This section is saying liability in case of transfer of business. Section 85 liability defined. So this section is all about liability in case of transfer of business. Suppose there is one entity X, and if Mr. X is going to transfer the entity to Mr. Y, in such a scenario, till the date of transfer, the transferor and transferee both will be liable jointly and severally. And for the post the date of transfer, the new owner will be liable. That is what is the thing which is mentioned in this section number 85. Section 85 liability defined. Section 85 liability defined. So whenever there will be a transfer of business and departmental authority is going to issue the notice, they will issue the notice in section number 85 only. Section 86, just check 8 and 6. Sir, 8, just treat that your 8 is your principal. That principal will always be on a higher side. Your 6 is your agent. So whenever there will be a transaction between principal and agent, in that case, liability will be determined by the section number 86. And section number 86 is there saying that in case of principal and agent both will be liable jointly or severally in case of any liability. So section number 86, 8 is your principal, 6 is your agent. So section number 86 is related to liability in case of principal and agent. Section number 87. Section number 87. Sir, earlier, just look on the number because the memory technique is related to numbers only. Section number 87. Suppose earlier the entities was 8. Earlier the entities was 8. But now there is only 7 entities. Why? Earlier 8, now 7. There may be chances that there were amalgamation of 2 entities. So this section number 87 is related to amalgamation. Liability in case of amalgamation. Section 87, earlier the entities was 8, now the entities are 7 only. Why? Because there may be chances of amalgamation of two entities, and due to that they have created one new single entity, so there is a reduction in number of entities. So this reduction in number of entities is due to amalgamation. So section number 87 is related to amalgamation. Okay, so whenever you will look section 87 number 8 and 7, so आपके दिमाग में imagination आनी चाहिए. You should image that 8, earlier the entities was 8, now the entities is 7. Why? Due to amalgamation. So liability in case of amalgamation should be determined through section number 87, and these sections are very practical and important in case of our day-to-day practice, sir, because when we are doing the practice, we are handling the cases. If there will be any chances of amalgamation, we just go through with the complete section 87 for the liability determination. And if there will be any notice and you want to go for the arguments, then also you should have the complete idea of section number 87. Through this particular session, I am just going to give you a way that how you need to learn the law, how you can recall the section, how you can memorize the section. That is what is the purpose. Because nowadays everyone is facing this issue that, sir, there are a lot of sections in GST and we are not able to recall. There are a lot of sections in GST and we are not able to summarize the things. Quite confusing, daily changes. So we have given you a tool of this chart book. You can easily go through with each and every chart and learn the GST in a very unique and innovative way. Also, the recorded video which we are providing with this course, with this particular book, is also very unique. Completely designed in a unique way to learn the GST in a next level form. Okay. This is my view. Whenever you will watch and you will provide your feedbacks, that will be the ultimate reviews for us. Okay. Although I request everyone post this session, okay, we'll provide you one link to provide your feedbacks. And I request everyone, those who have joined this session live, please provide your valuable feedback in 3 to 4 to 5 lines on that particular link. It's my request. Okay. At the end of session, we'll provide you the link. Now, section 88. Sir, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. Maths class is going on. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. And in case of liquidation also, there will be a zero entity. If there will be a liquidation, then also no entity will be there. So 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, and 0 will be there when there will be a liquidation of entity. So this section number 88 is related to liquidation. In case of liquidation, who will be the liable? So till the date of liquidation, all the directors of that company jointly or severally liable. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0. 0 will be there in case of no entities, that is liquidation. So this section is specifically related to liability in case of liquidation. Section 89. Earlier the entities was 8. Now the entities are 9. Why? Sir, you can comment in the chat box. Earlier the entities was 8. Now the entities are 9. Why? There is an increase in the number of entity. Sir, merger hoga to there will be a reduction. Demerger hoga to there will be enhancement. Merger hoga to there will be increment. There will be a reduction. If X and Y, two entities are there, they will merge XY, then there will be reduction. That will fall under the category of amalgamation, you can say. 89, 89, there is an increase. That means there is an incorporation or acquisition of a private limited company. So this section number 89 is related to private limited company, the liability in case of private limited company. And as per this specific section, they have mentioned that all the directors jointly or severally liable for that particular thing, who was director at that time for which the liability has been arises. So section 89, earlier the entities was 8, now the entities is now 9. That means incorporation of private limited company. So liability in case of private limited company. Section number 90. Section number 90, 9090. Suppose there is one firm. And in that firm, 9 partners are there. Suppose there is one firm and in that firm 9 partners are there. So this section is related to liability in case of partnership firm. All the partners are jointly or severally liable. So section number 90, whenever you will look that 90, you just need to imagine 9 partners are there. So this section is related to liability in case of partnership firm. So we have covered that, sir, in case of 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section number 86, principal and agent. Section number 87, reduction, that is amalgamation. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, liquidation. Section 89, incorporation of private limited company. Section number 19, 90, that is 9 number of partners, that is partnership form. What about individual? Individual के लिए आपने कुछ बोला ही नहीं. So in case of individual, we have section number 91 and 92. Section number 91. Section number 91 is saying that in case of individual, first liability is on guardian. Suppose there is any mistake has been done by the minor individual, in that case the liability will be on that guardian. Okay. Section 92. Suppose the guardian is not there, in that case the second liability with all courts of words. Court is going to appoint someone who is going to handle the things. So section 92, that is courts of words. So second liability will be on courts of words. Such total sections are 136. Although in CGST Act we have total sections 176, but till 136 38 sections are very much relevant from practical perspective. Remaining sections are related to the transitional provisions, which is not now there. Okay, so we are not supposed to cover those particular sections. We'll cover in this particular workshop till 138. Sir, are you boring? This session is boring? Just confirm me once. Are you enjoying or this session is boring? Section 92. The second condition, the second liability will on courts of words. So section number 91, 92 is related to the individual. In case of individual, 91, the first liability will on guardian. If suppose guardian to courts of words. Section 92 is on courts of words. First 91, first liability is on guardian. Second liability in case of individual, courts of words. 93 is saying, 93, section number 93 is saying liability in case of other situations. Section 93 is related to other. Okay, so you just need to recall these sections with each other. Section 91, first is related to guardian, second is related to courts of words, third is in situation of others. Others mein, sir, we have covered company, we have covered the liquidation, merger, amalgamation, individual. Now there is pendency of HUF. In case of HUF, in case of AOP, who will be liable? So in case of HUF and AOP, the members of the HUF will also be liable, who is going to get the property. Yes, sir, Naresh ji, but when you will go for a recalling, or when you will revise this, this will be very easy for you to understand. Okay, hence we have planned this 5-hour workshop. Okay, and now the balance, the remaining sections are only related to the theoretical portion, but which is also very much relevant for us. Okay, whenever you will go through with this PDF file, everything will be in your brain. Because अभी आपको नहीं लग रहा होगा, but we have designed these memory techniques based on multiple techniques and multiple discussion. These are scientifically proven techniques. Okay, although we have not proven it from any scientist. Okay, but we have tried it, we have used it for last 6 months, and we have given a very huge amount of time for creation of these techniques. Now it's looking like that within 4 hours we have completed the session, but for creating the sections there were efforts of last 6 months. Okay, बहुत simple लग रही है, but created in a very well way. So section 93 is related to other scenarios. Other is related to HUF and AOP. And section 94 is related to miscellaneous. Section 94 is related to determination of liability in case of miscellaneous. Miscellaneous means in case of they have covered the partnership firm. Although for partnership firm we have a specific section of 90, but if suppose there is a retirement of any partner, in such a scenario whether the partner will be liable or not, the same has been specified in this section number 94, and they have prescribed that if the partner is going to intimate the same to the government within 1 month 30 days, in such a scenario from the retirement date the partner will not be liable. But if the partner is not supposed to provide the information of the retirement to the government within 30 days, in such a scenario whenever the person is going to provide the information from that date, the person will not be liable. So section 94 is related to miscellaneous situation. Once we are supposed to recall the section from 85 in case of transfer of business. Section 85 liability defined. Section 86, 8 is principal, 6 is agent, liability in case of principal and agent. Section 87, earlier entities was 8, now entities are 7. That means there is a amalgamation. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, that is liquidation. Section 89, 8 say 9, that means incorporation of private limited company. Section 90, 9 is a partners in a specific firm, so this section is related to partnership firm liability. Section 91 and 92 is related to individual, that is first, in case of individual, first liability is on guardian, second liability is on courts of wards. Section 93 others के केस में, others is HUF, AOF, AOP, and section 94 is related to miscellaneous, that is partnership firm in case of retirement of the partners. You just need to recall these sections with each other. Section 95, very specific, very important and very easy. From section number 95 till 106. Now we'll try to recall through the bunch. Section, now we are going to create certain segments or bunch. Section number 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. Section number 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. Okay, so just have a look on these sections. Section 95, section 95 term define. Section 95 term define. Just link this word 95 term define. Section 95 term define. This section is going to define the term, that is advance ruling, because we know section number 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. So section 95 term define, this section is going to define the term advance ruling, and they have given the definition that whenever there will be a scenario when the taxpayer person or taxpayer is not able to decide the rate, value, or applicability of GST, applicability of registration, then they can file application before authority, that is called as advance ruling. So section 95 term define. Section 96, section 96 authority fix. Section 96 authority fix. This section 96 is going to fix the authority. This section 96 is going to fix the authority under GST, and they have two authorities. One is advance ruling authority, another is appellant advance ruling authority. If you are not satisfied with the decision of advance ruling authority or authority for advance ruling, you can go for the appellant authority for advance ruling. Section 97, just link this word 7 with heaven. Or whenever we are not able to decide the rate, value, time of a particular supply or applicability of GST, in that case we can file an application before the advance ruling authority, and advance ruling authority is going to pronounce the rulings. That means the advance ruling authority is not less than heaven, because they are providing the answers to our questions, and in heaven God is also going to provide the answer of our question, and the same will be there. So this advance ruling authority is there in section number 97. So this section is related to applicability of advance ruling authority. Section number 97, heaven. In that case, you can apply to the advance ruling authority. And advance ruling is not less than heaven for us. So we can recall section 97, heaven, that means application before the advance ruling authority. Section 98, section 98 procedure set. Section 98 procedure set. What type of procedure? If you want to file an application before the advance ruling, you have to follow one procedure. First, you need to apply to the advance ruling authority. You need to pay a fees of 5,000 rupees. After payment of the fees, the advance ruling authority is going to send one letter to the judicial officer as well. Then after they are going to accept your ruling application, then they are supposed to pronounce the ruling. So this section number 98 is going to procedure set. Section 98 procedure set. Section 98 procedure set. Section 97 heaven, that means application to advance ruling authority. Section 96 authority fix. Section 95 term define. Section 99 again double nine something special. Sir, 55 something special refund in case of specialized agencies. Section 66 special audit. Section 99 something special. What do you mean by something special? When we are filing an application before the advance ruling authority, that is a normal thing. But if you are going to file an application before the appellant authority for advance ruling, that means a higher authority, that will be a special thing. So this section number 99 is related to appellant authority for advance ruling. This section is related to appellant authority for advance ruling. 100. Sir, look on the number 100. 00 double power. 00 double power. In section 99 special, that is appellant authority. So they have just defined the term appellant authority. Okay, that means if you are not satisfied with the decision of advance ruling, you can go for the appellant authority. But in section number 100, double power is in hand of appellant authority for advance ruling, that is called as triple AR. So application before the triple AR authority is covered under section number 100. Section 99 special, just going to define the term triple AR authority, but section number 100 double power, that means application before the triple AR authority. So section 95 term defined, in that section they have just defined the term advance ruling. Section 96 authority fix, in that particular section they have just provided the details of the authority. Section 97 heaven, that means they have defined the term appellant, that means authority for advance ruling. Section 98 procedure set, they have provided the procedure to file application. Section 99 something special, they have provided the definition of appellant authority. And section 100, now you can apply to a double power, that means the triple AR authority, appellant authority for advance ruling. All the 100 sections are there. I am going to recap all the 100 sections in just 5 minutes. I just want your 100% attention on screen on your mobile phone, or you can also hear only. Section number one is the commencement of counting, and section number 1 under GST is related to commencement of the GST. It will be applicable whole of India including Jammu and Kashmir. Section number 3 is indication of something bad, so this section is related to the officers who is doing to correct the bad. So section number 3 is related to officers under GST. Section number 4 is for your appointment. Section number 5 is very high, that means powers of the officers. Section number 6, authority fix, CGST, state GST. Section number 7, S4 supply. Section number 8 is a mixture of 00. So this section is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine, that is charging section under GST. Section number 10, 10. Number 10 includes zero, that means zero eligibility to claim the input tax credit composition scheme. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12 is the indication of time. So this section is related to time of supply. 12, 13 and 14. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fix. Section number 16, 16 आने such ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, something related to danger, that means restriction on ITC. Section number 18, making you happy, that is credit in special circumstances. Section 19, when I will do something perfection, others will do at a lower level, that is 19, work performed by others, that is job worker. Section 20, distribution of input tax credit by the input service distributor. Section 21, reduction. Section 22, 20 is the limit to take the GST registration, and section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section 23, free. That means no need to take the GST registration. Section 24, sure, you need to take the GST registration. Section 25, procedure defined for the registration. Section 26, fix, your registration is fixed. 27, taking favor of the casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Section 28, great, providing the opportunity for amendments. Section 29, denying cancellation of registration. Section 30 is not very dirty, revocation of cancellation of registration. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 32, to collection of tax, unauthorized collection of tax. Section 33, mandatory fields on the invoice. Section 34, credit and debit note. Section 35, justify, that means records. Section 36, 6-year retention of the documentation. Section 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 is the due date to file the GST return, so outward supply. Section 38, fake, conditions to remove the fake invoices. Section 39, payment defined GSTR 3B. Section 40, first return. 4 was the liability, declared only 0, so declare it in first return. Section 41, ITC claim done. Section 42, 43 removed. Section 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST records, both are equalized in case of annual return, so section 44 is related to annual return. Section 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, add 1 from my side, that is 10, and GSTR 10 is related to final return, so this section is related to final return. Section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. If you will not file the return by 10, then departmental authority may issue the notice. Section 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. If you will file the return on 11, late fees will be there. So this section is related to late fees on account of delay in filing the return. Section 48 is not relevant because related to GST practitioners. Section 49, payment mechanism defined utilization of credit ledger. Section 50, liability was for 5, you have paid 0. Whenever you will make the payment, you need to pay with interest. So section 50 is related to interest under GST. Section 51, number 51 is related to shagun, and whenever government is going to pay something, that will also be not less than shagun, so this is also related to TDS deduction. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is my IGST, 3 is my CGST, transfer of input tax credit. Section 54, dil mange more, that is refund. Section 55, double 5, specialized agency. Section 56, refund was due on 5 but receive on 6, then interest will be there, so interest in case of delay in refund. Section 57, consumers heaven. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61, as for 60, as for scrutiny. Section 62, return not filed by you. Section 63, not registry, that means assessment of unregistered person. Section 64, liabilities more, that means summary assessment. Section 65, audit defined. Section 66, special audit. Section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is something bad, that is inspection is also bad. Section 68, wait during the transportation, wo kya karega, inspection. Section 69, 6, 9, opposite arrest, opposition of the statements. Section 70, S for 70, S for 7. Section 71, come and inspect my premises. Section 72, take the help of officers too, that means custom, police on railway. Section 73, fraud free. Section 74, liabilities more, that is for fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. Section 75, general provision defined. Section 76, collected 7, paid 6. 76. Section 77, wrongly collected, wrongly paid. Section 78, recovery of tax. Section 79, if they are going to initiate the recovery proceeding from the property or from the creditors, then the amount will also be a higher side, so section 79. Section 80, liabilities for 8, customer has 0, then you may pay in installment. In that case, first condition, section number 81, that your transfer of property will be void. Section 82, second condition, first charge is on property. Condition 3, section 83, provisional attachment. Section 84, liability was for 8, you have paid 4, in that case the liability will be continued for remaining 4. Section 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section 86, principal or agent. 8 is principal, 6 is agent, so liability in case of principal and agent. Section 87, earlier 8, now 7, that means reduction, that is amalgamation. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, 0 entities will be in case of liquidation. Section 89, addition in entity, that is incorporation of private limited company, so liability in case of private limited company. Section 90, 9 are the partners in a firm, so liability in case of partnership firm. Now talks about individual. So 91, first the guardian will be liable, second the courts of wards will be liable, third is related to the others, that is HUF and AOP, and 94 is related to the partnership form in case of retirement of the partner, that is miscellaneous provision. 95 term defined, that is advance ruling. Section 96 authority fix. Section 97 heaven, that is advanced ruling authority, and 98 procedure set, that means procedure to file the application before the advanced ruling authority. 99 special, that is appellant authority for advanced ruling, and 100 double ka power application before the advanced ruling authority. All the 100 sections are okay for everyone. Just confirm me once in the chat box. Thank you. Let's start our discussion on 101. Everyone can comment in the chat box. YouTube also, you can comment in the chat box. Sir, most important thing is that whenever we are conducting a session for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, if the participants join in the beginning of session 100, at the end of the session we'll found only 20. But this is your love and support that the participants are consistent on the YouTube and on the Zoom platform as well. So once again, thanks to all of you for your support and love to make this session as a memorable session for me. Because when we have launched our first batch on this particular course, there were one doubt in our mind: this will be successful in market or not. Really, when I have taken the first session, the same doubt was there in my mind that the same was successful or not. But we have launched it and we have received a great response from the participants, and now we are launching it in the market itself. This is our first session in market for this session. Okay, and in future we are planning multiple session on this memory techniques. If in your city, your location, if you know any organization, any professional body, and they want to organize this particular type of event, then just provide the message on our WhatsApp number. Our team will connect with you, and we may decide a suitable time for the session. Okay, because our purpose is not to earn the money. Our purpose is to spread the knowledge of GST throughout India, so that everyone can learn the GST in a very simplified way. Now, let's start our discussion on 101. Sir, you may comment on YouTube as well your views. Sir Rajendra San, we have one another book which is completely based on GST. Okay, in that book we have covered all the subsections in a very simplified language, but in this chart book we have merely covered the sections and the related charts. You will easily link the same with the subsections as well. Okay, you can provide the make a note of that as well. Now, next section, section number 101. I just required your half an hour. Okay, we'll conclude the session in next half an hour. So I just required your support for next half an hour. Okay. Just single second. Just wait for a single second. Okay. Yes. Section number 101. Section number 101. Now, 51 is also a shagun, or number 101 is also a very lucky number, or is also treated as shagun. Or as we all know that our advanced ruling authority is not less than heaven, because they are providing the solutions of our questions, various questions in our mind, and they are supposed to provide the answers of the questions. Okay, so we can say that the authority, the 101, the advanced ruling, is going to provide any order that will also not be less than a shagun. So this 101 is related to shagun, and we can say this shagun is the order pronounced by the authority. So the order pronounced by the appellant authority, that will be covered under section number 101. So this section is related to the orders by the advanced ruling authority. Whenever they will pronounce their order, they will pronounce the order through this section number 101. Okay, sir, if you want, then I may share with you the link of one website. Okay, that is advanced ruling authority website. You can download each and every advanced ruling pronounced by the authorities. If you will check certain decisions, this will be very helpful for you. Okay, and through that particular advanced rulings, if you will check the order that will be passed under section number 101, they will take the reference of 101. Sir, we have already developed the memory techniques for rules. We have already developed certain charts for the notifications, but for notifications, we are working on that. In Feb month, we are coming with a memory technique session on rules as well, and one book on the rules as well. My team is working on that. Designing is going on. We have already created the memory techniques. One webinar is also going to conduct in very near future for the rules as well. But first, try to learn these sections. Okay, section 101, order passed by the advanced ruling authority. Section 102. In section number 101, they have pronounced the order. If there is any rectification, if that in that order, if there is any rectification in the order, in that case, the same will be covered under section number 102. Just try to understand section 101. Section 101 is related to the orders which is passed by the authority, and all advanced ruling authority is not less than heaven. When they are supposed to pass any order, that will be a very great thing. And number 101 is also great and shagun. So this is related to order. If they have made certain mistake while passing the order, in that case they can go for the rectification as well. So the rectification application can be filed under section 102. If you applied for any advance ruling, and if you found that there is certain error in that advance ruling, in that case, if you want to file a rectification application, you just need to file through the section number 102. So the rectification will be 102. Section number 103, just try to link 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. Section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means in these situations, you can file an application before the advance ruling. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means in these situations, you can file the application before the advance ruling authority if there will be any question of law, if there will be any question on account of time of supply, on account of value of supply, on account of applicability of GST, on account of applicability of registration, you can apply for the advance ruling. So if you are planning to apply for the advance ruling on a specific matter, in that case, first you need to check section 103 that we are eligible to the same or not. The questions which we are filing before the advance ruling authority is qualify as per section number 103 or not. So this section number 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. So this section is for your. That means in this situation, you can file the application before the advance ruling authority. Section 104 is not for your. That means in this situation, the advance ruling passed by the authority will be void. If any advance ruling has been pronounced on account of any fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact, suppose the taxpayer has submitted the wrong documents before the authority, and based on that documents, if the authority has pronounced the rulings, in such a situation, the same will be treated as void. So section 101 is order. Section 102, rectification in the order. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means in this situation, you can file the application. Section 104 is not for your. That means your ruling will be void. Section 105. Section 105, just link this word 5. Section 105 is very high. High is always powers. So section 105 is related to the powers of the advanced ruling authority. Section 105 is very high. That means the powers of the authority. Section 106. Section 106 is related to procedure fix. Section 106 is related to procedure fix. As if the advanced ruling authority wants to decide a specific procedure for the advanced ruling, they can do the same. So this 106 procedure fix. Section 101 order. Section 102 rectification in the order. Section 103 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your. That means in this scenario, you can file an application for the advance ruling. Section 104 is not for your order passed will be void. Section 105 is very high. That means the powers. Section 106 authority fix. Section 106 procedure fix. They are supposed to fix the procedure of the ruling. Now, a bunch of section 95 till section number 106 is related to advance ruling. Now, section number 107. As we all know, if there will be any order has been passed by the jurisdictional officer, concerned officer, and if we are not satisfied with the decision which has been passed by the concerned officer or judicial office, in such a scenario, we can file an appeal before the appellant authority. So section number 107 and the further sections are related to the appellant authority. These sections are related to appellant authority. Whenever we are filing an application before the appellant authority, that will be covered under section number 107. So try to understand the memory techniques. Section 107. Section 107 is equal to heaven. Section 107 is equal to heaven. When we have covered the 97, we have also linked the word heaven. But as we all know that the bunch 95 till 106 is completely related to advanced ruling. Now when I'm using the word heaven, so 107 and the further sections are related to the appeal. So this section is related to appeal. And when we are filing an application or appeal before the appellant authority, then appellant authority is going to consider the matter. They are supposed to pass the order maybe in favor of us. So that appellant authority is not less than heaven for us. So we can say section 107 heaven, that means the appellant authority. Suppose the appellant authority has passed the order, but if there is certain error in that particular order, then the revision can be done. So the next section, section number 108, is related to revisional authority. If the appellant authority has made certain mistake while passing the order, in that case, the rectification can be done by the revisional authority. If the same is in prejudicial to the interest of the revenue, in that case, the authority can go for the revision of that particular order. So 108 is related to the revisional authority. Section 109, sir, section 107 heaven. First we have applied for the appeal before the appellant authority. If there is any mistake, then can go for the revision. So the revisional authority will be covered under section 108. But if we are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, we can file appeal before the appellant tribunal. So this section number 109 is related to appellant tribunal, that is 80 appellant tribunal. So just interlink these three sections. Section 107 is heaven, that means appeal before the appellant authority. You can go for the revision, section number 108. If you are not satisfied, go for the appellant tribunal. So we have appellant tribunal 109. So in these sections, they have just given the definition of appellant authority, revisional authority, and appellant tribunal. Okay. Section 1110. Section 1110, we are your fail. Section 1110, we are your fan. Section 1110. we are fan of them because they are supposed to pass the orders and they are working for us as a taxpayer. So we are fan of the president and the members. So in this particular section, we have described the definition of president and the members of the appellant tribunal. So section 1010, we are your fan. Section 1010, we are your fan, and we are fan of president and the members of the appellant tribunal. Section 111. So triple one. Sir, triple one. समथिंग स्पेशल नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा स्पेशल. सेक्शन 111 स्पेशल. That means section 109 we have covered the definition of appellant tribunal. In this particular section, section 111, that is something special. That means the appellant tribunal and the benches thereof. That is application before the appellant tribunal and benches. Section 109 is just related to the definition. I am going to repeat. Just I want that you should not be confused in the terms. So section 109 is related to the appellant tribunal only, but section 111 special appeal before the appellant tribunal, this is related to the appeal filing before the appellant tribunal and the benches thereof. Section 102 112, this too indicates the second authority for appeal. Second authority for appeal. So this section is going to provide the procedure for filing the appeal before the second authority, that means appellant tribunal. Section 111 is saying that if you are not satisfied with the decision of appellant authority, you can file an application before the appellant tribunal. But what will be the process? So the process will be governed through the section number 112. So section number 112 is the second authority, how you can file the appeal before the appellant tribunal, that will be governed in the section number 112. Okay. Section 113. Section 113, the word 3, free. Section 113, free. That means if the order has been passed by the appellant tribunal, the matter will be free. So this section is related to order by the appellant tribunal. Section 113, free, that means the order passed by the appellant tribunal. Okay. Now 114 हम लोग बाद में discuss करेंगे. We'll discuss on section 114 later on. First take section 115. Stay connected with us. At the end of session, we have one specific information for all of you. So just stay connected with us and learn these theoretical sections as well, because no use of your practical learning without these theoretical section. Okay. So section 113, free, matter is free, order passed by the appellant tribunal. Now, as we all know, for filing the appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, we need to pay certain pre-deposits. Okay, am I right? We need to pay certain pre-deposits in case I need to file. Yes, we'll discuss 114, not an issue. We need to deposit certain pre-deposits. As if I am going to file the appeal before the appellant authority, 10% of the disputed amount will be the pre-deposit. In case I am filing the appeal before the appellant tribunal, 20% of the disputed amount will be my pre-deposit. Okay. So as in section number 113, free, matter is free, they have pronounced the order. So under section number 115, they have mentioned that after pronouncing the order under section 114, the 113, matter free, the pre-deposit should be refunded with interest. The pre-deposit should be refunded with interest. So section 113, free, that means order passed by appellate tribunal. After order, the pre-deposit should be refunded with interest, and the same is mentioned in section number 115. Section 114, that means 100 and 14. Just link this word 14 with routine. Section 114.14, that is routine. In this particular section, they have prescribed the routine work of members for the management or the financial or administration management. So in this particular section 114.14, they have prescribed the routine works. Section 114.14, routine. 114, routine. Just link the word 14 with routine. They have prescribed the routine work in this specific section of the financial or the administrative. Sir, just interlink both these sections, section 113 and 115. Okay. Section 113, the memory technique is free. Section 113, free. That means matter free. That means order passed. When the authority is going to pass the order, as we all know, that at the time of filing of appeal, we need to deposit certain pre-deposits, 10% or 20%. If the order is in favor of us, in that case, departmental authority has to refund that amount. So when they are supposed to refund the amount, they have to refund with interest. So this section number 115 is saying when the order has been passed under section 113, in that case, the pre-deposit should be refunded with interest. Is that okay, sir? Section 116. Section 116, authorized representative fix. Section 116, authorized representative fix. Section 116, authorized representative fix. This section is saying that for the hearings for appeal in front of appellant tribunal, appellant authority, you may appoint one authorized representation, authorized representative. There may be your employee, your regular employee, the chartered accountant, the advocate, your relative, or any retired officer of the commercial taxes. So this section 116, authorized representative fix. Section 116, authorized representative fix. Section 117, 117, again 17 is something related to danger. And if you will file an appeal before the High Court, then also it is a danger. Okay, there may be chances the decision is favor of you or in favor of the revenue. Okay, and there will be a very huge amount involved related to the fees of advocate and multiple things. So this section number 117, 17 is an indication of danger. So this section is related to appeal before the Honorable High Court. And under next section, section number 1118, 118, appeal before Supreme Court. As 117, danger, appeal before High Court. So next appellant authority will be my Supreme Court. So section number 118 is related to the appeal before the Supreme Court. Section 119, just try to link this word 119. Payment defined. Section 119, payment defined. In this particular section, they have mentioned that if you filed any appeal before the appellant authority, appellant tribunal, High Court, Supreme Court, and post the order, if the High Court or Supreme Court has pronounced the decision in favor of the revenue, in such a scenario, you need to deposit the tax, interest, and penalty. If they decide the case in favor of taxpayer, in such a scenario, they will refund under section 115. Under section 119, payment defined, that means if the decision has been passed in favor of revenue, then you have to deposit the amount with tax, interest, and penalty. So 119, payment defined. Section 120, just look on the number 120. Just try to link this word zero. That means zero eligibility to file the appeal, non-appealable cases. So this section number 120 is related to the non-appealable cases. That means if the amount is very less, in that case, you cannot file an appeal. Or if there will be a minor breach, in that case also you can not be eligible to file an appeal. So this section is basically going to specify a monetary limit, that if your case is up to 25,000 rupees, in that case you cannot file appeal before the appellant tribunal. If the amount is less than 50,000, you cannot file a appeal before the High Court or Supreme Court. This is just an example. So this section is just going to specify the monetary limit, and under section 120, they have specified non-appealable cases. So just try to link, sir, please Don't write anything on the dashboard. Please remove it. Section 120. So there is 10 in this 120. 10 in this 120. That means zero eligibility to file appeal. That means non-appealable cases will be covered under section number 120. Section 121. First appeal. Just try to link this word 121. First order will be the final order. First order. Just try to link this word 121. First order will be the final order. First will be the final. That means if there will be any decision which has been passed by the appellate authority, you will not be able to file the appeal before the appellate tribunal in the cases which has been specified in section number 121. Suppose if the appellant authority has pronounced the decision for the partial payment or installment, you can make the payment in installments as per section number 18. In that case, you cannot file the appeal before the appellant tribunal. So in this section number 121, they have specified the cases that first decision will be the final decision. You will not be able to determine, or you will not be able to go for the further appeal. Okay. So in section number 101, we have covered the order by the advance ruling. 102, revision or rectification in the order passed. Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is for your, that is cases. In that case, you can file a application for the advance ruling. 104 is not for your, you will not be eligible to file a application for the advance ruling, or your advance ruling will be void. Section 105, procedure defined. Section 106, procedure fixed. Section 105 is very high, that means powers of the advance ruling authority, and section 106, procedure fixed. Section 107, from section 107 till 121, from section 107 to section 121, this bunch is related to the appeal. This bunch is related to the appeal. Section 107 is heaven, that means appeal before the appellant authority. Section 108, next, rectification or revisional authority. Section 109, appellant tribunal. These three sections we should learn with each other. Section 1110, we are your fan, that means the president and the members of appellant tribunal. Section 111, triple power, so the appeal before the appellant tribunal. And section 112, second authority, the procedure to file appeal before the appellant tribunal. Section 113, matter free, order passed. Section 115, 114, 1114, that is routine, so routine of the administration powers. Section 115, 113 में जो order pass हुआ है, the order passed in section 113, if there will be any pre-deposit, that will be refunded with interest. Section 116, authorized representative fixed. Section 117, danger zone, that is high court. Section 118, supreme court. Section 119, payment defined, you need to make the payment with interest and penalty. Section 120, 20 includes 0, that means non-appealable cases for a minor amount. Section 121, your first decision will be the final decision. All the 121 sections are okay for everyone? Now, section number 121 and the remaining sections are related to penalty under GST. Section 122, penalty under GST. How will recall this specific section? That is what is the point. So, section 122. Sir, if your tax amount is 1, and as we all know, normally the penalty will be 100% of tax. Am I right? Penalty will be 100% of tax. So you can say the total amount will be double. So this section 122 is related to penalty under GST. Penalty under GST. So section 122 is related to penalty under GST. How you will recall? Section 122, one is tax, then double will be total tax liability. That means 100% of the tax will be penalty. So this section number 122 is related to penalty under GST. Section 123. If you will look on the number 1, 2, 3, these are the numbers. We can say numbers are the information. Okay. Numbers are the information. 1, 2, 3. These are the numbers, or we can say numbers will always be a information. So this section number 123 is related to information return. This section is related to information return. Section 123, 1, 2, 3 are the numbers. So this section is related to number information return. Okay. Whenever there will be any demand, any dispute, government is demanding the information return. So this section is related to information return. So section 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 are numbers, and numbers are not less than information. So this section is related to information return under GST. Section 124. Sir, just look on the number 1, 2, and 4. 1 is tax. Okay. The double will be penalty. Hence, we have covered section 122. If there will be anything else government is going to impose, then that will be something extra. That is fine. 1 is tax, 2 is double is penalty, and uska double is fine. So this section number 124 is related to fine under GST. Section number 124 is related to fine under GST. 1 is tax, double is penalty, and double is fine. So this section number 124 is related to fine under GST. Section 125, journal penalty defined. Section 125, journal penalty defined. Section 125, journal penalty defined. This section is related to journal penalty under GST, and they have given a power to the departmental authority to impose a journal penalty not exceeding 25,000 rupees. So this is the maximum penalty under GST, journal penalty. Okay. So section 125, journal penalty defined. Section 126, disciplines fix. Disciplines fix. So this section is related to journal disciplines under GST. That means for any minor breach, suppose the taxpayer has wrongly mentioned the invoice number on the e-way bill due to the oversight or due to the system issues. So we can say this is a minor breach. In that case, departmental authority cannot impose the penalty. Departmental authority cannot impose the penalty. So this section number 126, discipline fix. So this section is related to journal disciplinary things in GST. Is that okay, Rajendra sir? Section 126, discipline fix. So certain journal disciplines are fixed under this particular section, and the specific thing is that if there will be any minor breach, in that case departmental authority cannot impose the penalty. So whenever the departmental authority is going to impose the penalty, and if is in our view the matter is a very minor breach, in that case we may argue with reference to section number 126. 127, just try to link 7 S to nahi hai, but try to link C 127 and certain. 127 certain. 127 certain. Penalty for certain offenses. Penalty for certain offenses. Section 127. Section 127. Section 127 certain. Just try to link the word. Section 127 certain. So penalty for certain offenses. Although government has not specified any offenses in this particular section, but they may specify in future. So section 127 certain. Section 127 certain offenses. So just try to link with word. Section 127 certain. So penalty for certain offenses. Section 128. Section 128, just try to link this word 8 with great. Section 128, great. Sir, section 126, journal discipline fix, we have already covered. Section 126, journal discipline fix, that if there will be any minor breach, in that case no penalty should be imposed. This is the journal discipline in GST. Section 128, great, because this penalty is going to provide the power of the waiver of the penalty. if based on the circumstances, if based on the nature, if based on the genuine situations, the departmental authority have power to waive the penalty. So section 128 great. Why great? Because this section is providing the opportunity of the waiver of the penalty. Section 128 great, that means waiver of the penalty. Section 128 great. Section 129, just link the word 9 with online. Section 129 online. Section 129 online. In this particular section, government has power for the confiscation of goods which is online, that means on the way. On the way. So government has power for the confiscation the goods which is online. Section 129 online. Section 129 online. Section 129 online. That means powers of the confiscation with when the goods is online during the movements. So the same is mentioned under section 129. If during the moments if departmental is going to confiscate a particular goods or vehicle, in that case we just need to refer the section number 129. At that time we should recall section 129 online, that is during the moment confiscation. Section 130, sir, number 13 is something bad. Number 13 is something bad, as we all know. Okay, so this section number 13 is related to confiscation because confiscation is also bad. So in this particular section they have prescribed, they have specified the situation in this particular. Sir, related to book we'll discuss at the end of the session. Please give me 10 minutes, we'll conclude the session, then we'll discuss on book. If you have any question, any query, we'll discuss the same. Okay, although we have sold around 80 books, so now we have 20 books remaining on this 1499 price. In this book we have covered the complete CGST Act, IGST Act in chart form with the memory techniques. All the schedules we have covered in this particular book. So section number 130, confiscation. Number 13 is something bad or confiscation is also bad. So this section includes the situation, the circumstances of confiscation of the goods when the government can go for the confiscation. Section 131, just look on the number 131. क्या मैं इस वन को इस वन के इंटरचेंज कर सकता हूं? Whether I am eligible to interchange this one with this one? So this section is saying no. That means this section is saying if there is any other penalty, any other demand which has been raised by the government, you cannot say that now due to confiscation government cannot raise the demand. The other demands are separate and this one is separate. So we can say with the reference of this number technique 131, this number one is separate, this number one is separate. Both the number ones are separate from each other. You cannot interfere. So this is related to the adjustability of the penalty. This section number 131 is related to adjustability of penalty in case of confiscation, and this section is saying no, you will not be eligible to do so. Section 132. Section 132. Section 132. So number 3 is nothing. You just need to keep in your mind this 131. This one is not interchangeable with this. That means if there is any other penalty, you cannot interchange with the penalty which has been imposed in case of confiscation. And you cannot say that I have already paid the same, so now you cannot impose. That is what is the thing. Is that okay, Rajendra sir? Section 132. Just link the word to with 2. That means if the matter involved is too high, the matter involved is too high, then government can go for the punishment. So this section number 103, 102 is related to punishment under GST. This section number 132 is related to punishment under GST. And how you will recall section 132? That means 2. So this section number 132 is related to punishment under GST. Section number 133. Section number 133. Just link this word 3 with key. Section 133 key. This particular section is going to provide you the details related to the liability of the key person who is going to holding the stock. Because in case of confiscation, suppose original जो person है that is owner of the goods is not identifiable, in that case the person who is holding the goods, that will be treated as key person, and in that case that person will be liable. So section 132, if the liability is 2, in that case punishment will also be there. Section 133, liability of key, that means key person. Now next section, last 4 sections we have. Sir, we have started this session with full of joes, and we are ending this session with full of joes. Okay, we are concluding this session with full of joes, but I just want that everyone should be here in this session. We have an important announcement for you as well. Sir, look on the number 1, 3 and 4. Look on the number 1, 3 and 4. You can check here 2 is missing. Here you can check 2 is missing. So there is one word, cognizance. That is संज्ञान. हिंदी में बोलते हैं संज्ञान, इंग्लिश में cognizance. So government cannot go for the cognizance of the departmental authority, cannot go for the cognizance without previous sanction. So this section number 134, in this 134, 2 is missing. That means the previous sanction is missing. So if the previous sanction is missing, in that case you cannot go for the cognizance of the offense. Section number 135, very interesting section. Section number 135 and 136, very interesting sections. Okay, my favorite. The taxpayer is saying 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. Taxpayer is saying 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. Then departmental authority is saying whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer, we are deeming that the taxpayer has given the statements with full of mind, in mental capacity. The taxpayer has given the statement in mental capacity. That means this section 135 is related to the statement given by the taxpayer is full of mental capacity. Section number 135 is saying that whatever will be the statement, if the taxpayer is saying that 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, will say yes, okay, we are agree with that. That means whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer, we are is in view that the taxpayer is giving the statements in full of mental capacity. So this section number 135 is related to the mental capacity. Section 136, statement fix. Section 136, statement fix. That means this section is saying whatever will be the statement given by the taxpayer, that will be fixed. The taxpayer will not be eligible to change the same. First section, section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5. If the taxpayer is going to say the same, we are agree, we'll see and we'll assume that the taxpayer is providing this detail with full of mental capacity. Section 136, statement fix. Whatever will be the statement given by the company, we'll see that is fixed. Second last section, section 137. Just going to merge. Section 1, 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 1, 1, 11. That means one person company. So in this particular section 137, they have given the offenses in case of one person company. Section 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 1, 1, 11. That means the offenses in case of one person company. One person company के केस में जो भी offenses होते हैं, the same is prescribed in this section number 137. Last section. Sir, how is your JOS? I want in the check box. Section number 138, rebate. Section 138, rebate. Rebate means reducing the liability. Section 138, rebate. That means reducing the liability. You can say compounding of offenses. I am not saying your JOS in the chat box. Compounding of offenses. Section 138, rebate, that means reduction in the liability, compounding of the offenses. Whenever government is going to compound the offenses, the same will be covered under this section number 138, compounding of offenses. Section 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11. 1, 1, that is one person company. So we have covered all the 138 sections of this CGST Act with the memory techniques. Now, this is the time to recap I just request everyone, please stay there for next 10 minutes because we have something special, something unique. Okay. And also, I request officially, if you want to buy our book based on chart book, then you can buy that particular book. I request everyone, once buy that particular book, that will be very useful for you. Okay. After completion of this particular session, you will receive this PDF file at your on your registered mail ID. Okay. And you will also receive this file, that is key to memory techniques. I will try to share this as well. Also, company has restricted me. And especially I request all the organization associations who has jointly organized this particular type of event with us. And content of this book will cover the complete CGST Act and IGST Act in this particular book. Sir, remaining sections are based on the transitional provisions. So these are not related to the practical scenario. Hence, we are not covering the same. Okay. Now, if you want to buy the book, then I am sharing you the WhatsApp number. You just need to text on this number so that my team member will share with you the link to buy this particular book. On YouTube, we have already shared the same for your reference. Okay. Now, just give me 1 minute time. I'm coming with a recap. Okay. Just wait for a single second. Sir, whatever will be your feedback, please put in the chat box because this is very much required for me. Sir, I have shared one link in the Zoom. I have shared one link in the Zoom as well as on the YouTube platform. Okay. I just required, I just required your valuable feedback in 3 to 4 to 5 line in this particular, in this particular, in this particular link. I just require your valuable feedback about our today's workshop on that particular link, which I have already shared. I request everyone, just provide your valuable feedback. जब हम लोग recap कर रहे हैं, when I am going to recap the complete learning, I just request everyone, those who have joined on YouTube and on Zoom platform, I just request your valuable feedback, your review on this particular link in 3 to 4 lines. I am not saying you just need to write anything fake. Whatever will be there in your brain right now about this particular session, try to put it on that particular link. I just request everyone. Okay, after your link, you will receive, you just need to share the screenshot on the WhatsApp number. We'll share with you one specific e-guide for your reference. Okay, we'll share the link as well. Whatever will be your feedback, or whatever will be there in your brain about this particular workshop, just put it on this link which I have shared. And I request everyone, please put the feedback, because this will be the great gift from your side to me. I don't require anything else. I just required your review on this particular link. And I request everyone to put your review right now. Don't wait for the next time. Right now, put your reviews. Now, let's start our discussion on the memory techniques, the recap. Section number one is the commencement of counting, and section number one under GST is related to commencement. Section number three, that is number three is something bad. So the officers who is going to correct the bad things, that means section number three is related to officers under GST. Section number four is for your appointment of the officers. Section number five is very high, that means powers of the officer. Section number six is going to authority fix. Section number seven, S for supply includes. Section number eight is a mixture of double zero, so this is related to mixed and composite supply. Section number 9, imposing fine. Section number 10 includes zero. Number 10 includes zero, that is zero eligibility to claim the import tax credit, that is composition scheme. Section number 11, E for exemption. Section number 12 is indication of time, so this section is related to time of supply. 13, 14 is also related to time of supply. Section number 15, 1 plus 5 is equal to 6, value fixed. Section number 16, 16 आने सच ITC मिलेगी फटाफट. Section number 17, danger zone, restriction on ITC, blocked credit. Section number 18, making you happy in credit in special circumstances. Section number 19, work done by others, job workers. Section number 20, distribution of ITC. Section number 21, reduction of the input tax credit which has already been distributed. Section number 22, 20, that is limit to take the GST registration, and section number 22 is related to registrations under GST. Section number 23, free, that means no need to take the GST registration. Section number 24 is for sure, that means you need to take the GST registration. Section number 25, procedure defined. Section number 26, fix, your registration is fixed. Section number 27, taking favor of casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. Section 28, great, that means amendments. Section 29, denying, that means cancellation of registration. Section 30, very dirty, not very dirty, revocation of GST registration. Section 31, invoicing done. Section 32, collection of tax. Section 33, mandatory. Section 34, credit and debit note under GST 3 and 4. Section 35, justify records. Section 36, 6 years तक you need to retain the documents, retention of the documentation. Section 37, 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 10 is the due date to file the GSTR1 return, that is outward supply. Section 38, fake, so the conditions to reduce the fake invoicing. Section 39, payment defined, that is GSTR3B. Section 40, earlier you have made a sales of 4 but you have not reported, now you can report in your first return. So section 40 is related to first return. Section 41, ITC claim done. Section 42, 43 removed. Section 44, 4 is my books, 4 is my GST, both are equalized in case of annual return, so section 44 is related to annual return. Section 45, 4 plus 5 is equal to 9, add 1 from my side, 10 is GSTR 10, and this is related to final return. Section 46, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10, and if you will not file the return by 10, in such a scenario departmental authority can issue the notice. Section 47, 4 plus 7 is equal to 11. If you will not file the return by 10, if you will file the same on 11, in that case late fees will be there. Section 48 is related to GST practitioners, note so relevant. Section 49, payment mechanism defined. Section 50, 5 pay karna tha, 5 rupees you need to pay the tax, you have paid 0, then interest will be there, so section 50 is related to applicability of interest. Section 51, shagun TDS. Section 52, TCS collection due. Section 53, 5 is IGST, 3 CGST, transfer of input tax credit. Section 54, dil mange more. Section 55, specialized agency. Section 56, refund milna tha 5 ko, mila 6 ko, that is interest. Section 57, consumer 7. Section 58, consumer welfare fund set. Section 59, assessment defined. Section 60, departmental victory. Section 61, as for 60, as for scrutiny. Section 62, registration not taken by you. 9, section 62, return not filed by you. Section 63, not registry, that means assessment of unregistered person. Section 64, liabilities more, that means summary assessment. Section 65, audit defined. Section 66, special audit. Section 67, 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. 13 is an indication of bad, and inspection is also bad. Section 68, wait during the moment inspection. Section 69, arrest. 6, 9. Section 70, as for summons. Section 71, come and visit the premises. Section 72, take the help of officers too, that is custom, railway, police. Section 73, fraud free. Section 74, liability is more, that is fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of fact. Section 75, journal provisions defined. Section 76, collected 7, paid 6, that means tax collected but not paid. Section 77, collected wrongly, paid wrongly. Section 78, recovery of tax. Section 79, property se lunga to zyada lunga, I will collect more. Section 79, recovery proceeding initiate. Section 80, liability is for 8, payment is not there, in that case pay in installment. If you will pay for installment, in that case section 81, first condition, your transfer of property will be void. Second condition, you first charge will be on your property, and third condition, section 83, provisional attachment. 84, liability is for 8, you have paid 4, in that case the proceeding will be continued for the balance outstanding. Section number 85, liability defined in case of transfer of business. Section 86, 8 is principal, 6 is agent, so liability in case of principal and agent. Section 87, earlier entities was 8, now 7, that means amalgamation. Section 88, 8 minus 8 is equal to 0, that is liquidation. Section 89, incorporation of a new entity. Section 99 are the partners, so this is related to partnership form. Section 91, in case of individual, first liability is on guardian, second liability 92 is on my courts of words. Section 93, other cases, HUF, AOP. Section 94, miscellaneous cases, partnership form. Section 95, term design, that is advance ruling. Section 96, authority fix. Section 97, heaven, that means advance ruling authority. Section 98, procedure set for the application before the advance ruling authority. Section 99, special, that means appellant authority for advance ruling. Section 100, double power, that means application before the triple AR authority. Section 101, that means order passed. Section 102, rectification in the order. Section 103, Section 103, 1 plus 3 is equal to 4 is your. In that case, you can file application before the advance ruling. Section 104 is not for your order will be void. Section 105 is very high. That means the powers of the advance ruling authority. Section 106, authority procedure fixed. Section 107, have an appeal before the appellant authority. Section 108, revisional authority. Section 109, appellant tribunal. Section 1110, we are your fen, that means the president and the members. Section 111, 111 special, that means application appeal before the appellant tribunal. Section 112, procedure to appeal before the second authority. Section 113, matter fully, that means the order passed. Section 114, 14, that is routine of the financial and administration. Section 115, if order favor in favor of taxpayer, in such a scenario, the pre-deposit will be refunded with interest. Section 116, authorized representative fixed. Section 117, danger, High Court. Section 118, Supreme Court. Section 119, payment defined. Section 120, zero non-appealable cases. Section 121, first decision will be a final decision. Section 122, one is your tax, two is your penalty, so 122 is related to penalty. Section 123, number 1, 2, 3 are information, so this section is related to information return. Section 124, one is tax, second is penalty. If government is going to impose more, that will be treated as your fine. Section 125, general penalty defined. Section 126, general disciplinary action fixed. Section 127, certain cases mein penalty. Section 128, great waiver. Section 129, online, that means detention of the goods which is online. Section 130, 13 is an indication of something bad, and confiscation is also bad. Section 131, Section 131, 1 interchangeability not available. Section 132, use, in that case punishment. Section 133, key, liability of the key person. Section 134, 2 is missing, that means previous sanction of the court is missing, in that case cognizance will not be there. Section 135, 1 is equal to 3 is equal to 5, whatever will be the comment or statement which is made by the taxpayer, that will be treated as the full of mental capacity. Section 136, fixed, that means whatever will be the statement given which is fixed. And section 137, 1 plus 3 plus 7 is equal to 11, 11, that is 1% company ke case mein offenses. And section 138, rebate, that is compounding of the offenses. So all the sections 138, and we have covered the content in 4 hours and 40 minutes. Once again, thank you everyone for joining the session. Thank you for listening the session. Thank you for connecting with us on this Sunday. You have given a time on this Sunday, a very special time on this Sunday you have given. So once again, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for listening with us. If you have any query related to GST, in that case, I request please put on this WhatsApp number. Once again, I am requesting to everyone, please provide your valuable feedback on the link. Whatever will be there in your mind right now, you can click on the link and put on the WhatsApp on this particular link. Okay, if you are not satisfied with this workshop, then also you can put it. Okay, and once again, very much thank you to everyone for joining. If you want to buy this book, then you can also connect on the number. That book will be a very great tool for you to memorize, to recall the sections, to recall the provisions under GST in just a minutes. Okay, so you can buy that particular book as well, completely designed in a very well way. And in future, if you want any session, in that case, you can put your comment on that WhatsApp number. That will be our full-fledged WhatsApp number. You can put, if you want to organize any session, any event, any webinar for your location with other professional bodies, in that case also you can connect on that WhatsApp number. My team will provide you the complete details as well, and we can decide a schedule and we can plan the sessions as well. And this side, CA Sachin Jain, I am a qualified chartered accountant, company secretary, a lawyer. And yes, definitely we'll do the same. Whatever will be your suggestions, what you require from our side, just comment on that WhatsApp number. We are always here for your support, for the help of professionals, and we'll definitely meet with you in any other seminar, in any other webinar, in any other session. If you will visit Jodhpur, Rajasthan, then we welcomes you in our office. at my home as well. And if we'll visit at your location, then also we'll definitely meet with you. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for listening. If you want to place the order, I request place the order by today itself so that you will get the book by joining. Thank you for all the associations who have supported us with the full of support. So thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for listening. We'll meet soon in any other session. So thank you everyone and enjoy this Sunday with our memory techniques. Thank you.